Chapter 3110. You're the young master of the Devil Dragon Sword Court. Isn't it inappropriate to take advantage of others? Ling Xiao said. Take advantage of others? Haha. So what if I want to take advantage of others? You're too talented, and you have that heaven-defying secret technique. If I don't kill you now, I'm afraid I won't have such a good opportunity in the future. Empress Lan Meichen was shameless. It didn't matter. Then why aren't you making a move? Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. Empress Meichen was stunned for a moment, and even took a few steps back before she managed to calm herself down. Humph, you're bluffing again. I don't believe that you're fine after taking that hit from the King Kong ape. Then you can make a move. As Ling Xiao spoke, he patted the dust off his body and stood up. He naturally had his reasons for daring to fight the Vajra ape head-on. Although he suffered serious internal injuries, he was an apothecary and had an endless supply of healing pills. Lying there motionless just now was just to speed up the recovery of his injuries. At this moment, he was basically healed. You're really thick-skinned. Empress Lan Meichen frowned. But it doesn't matter. I'm now a first-tier life-sizer. Although you're powerful and talented, you're only at the peak of the first cycle of Yin-Yang realm. You're still no match for me. If you didn't use that secret technique, I wouldn't have been almost killed by you. You talk a lot of nonsense. If you want to make a move, hurry up. I'm in a hurry to get the Ice Paragon catalog. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. He was considering that if he went to fight for the Ice Paragon catalog, he might not be able to beat King Tianjue and Lan Meichen. He wouldn't have an advantage against the veteran Devil Emperor. Moreover, he had Falling Moon, Bai Feng, Dragon Elephant, and Ba Dao fighting over there. It would be useless for him to go over. He might as well take care of Empress Lan Meichen. She should be Lan Meichen's treasure. As long as he held her hostage, then if Lan Meichen got the Ice Paragon catalog, it would be his. Thinking of this, he revealed a sinister smile. Stop trying to be mysterious. Kill. Empress Lan Meichen was annoyed by Ling Xiao's smile. Back then, he was one of the top geniuses in the Sword Dynasty. What was Ling Xiao to him? He wasn't even fit to carry his shoes. But now, this kid had actually reached a level where he could sit on equal footing with him. He was truly furious. Empress Lan Meichen used her mid-level general-level martial arts technique as soon as she started her attack. In the Sword Dynasty, it was considered a terrifying martial skill. After all, the Devil Dragon Sword Court only had one high-level general-level martial art, and that was the Imperial Celestial Dragon Body. However, it was extremely rare for someone to be able to cultivate the Imperial Heavenly Dragon Body. Even Lan Mimi was unable to cultivate it, because that thing had a very high requirement for one's physique. Therefore, a mid-level general-level martial skill was the most powerful offensive martial skill in the Demon Dragon Sword Court. After obtaining this body again, not only did I cultivate the Imperial Celestial Dragon Body, but I also cultivated the Proud Dragon Sword technique to the greater mastery stage. How could you possibly be my opponent? Empress Lan Meichen was using the Proud Dragon Sword technique. When the terrifying sword technique was displayed, the roar of a dragon could be heard. From Ling Xiao's point of view, it was as if a divine dragon was trying to devour him. It's really powerful. A mid-level general-level martial arts technique is really terrifying. But my moves aren't weak either. Ling Xiao sneered, waved the Devil Dragon Sword, and then stabbed out. Transformative stage. Exotic Fire Sword Demon. Ling Xiao had already cultivated the most powerful move of the Exotic Fire Sword technique to the transformative stage. Then, he even used the Heavenly Tribulation True Essence in this sword. If he didn't use the Heavenly Tribulation True Essence, there was no way he could compete with Empress Lan Meichen. After all, his opponent was a life-sizer expert. That wasn't just a joke. She was really powerful. Boom. The two of them collided in the void. Sword light shot out in all directions. Sword chi danced wildly. The surrounding ice layer was constantly breaking apart. Their battle also attracted many onlookers. Of course, most of them supported Empress Lan Meichen. After all, Ling Xiao was a wanted criminal on the bounty list, and they were all martial artists who were affiliated with the Heavenly Sword Hall. Moreover, they had just been taught a lesson by Ling Xiao. F***CK. How is that Ling Xiao so powerful? Shouldn't he only be at the Sword King level? How can he even take on Empress Lan Meichen, who is at the Devil Emperor level? Yeah, it was a well-matched attack, but she didn't lose. No, you're wrong. Ling Xiao only used a low-level general-level martial arts technique, while Empress Lan Meichen used a mid-level general-level martial arts technique. In a way, Empress Lan Meichen lost. There were still experts in the crowd. Although they weren't strong, they had good eyesight. They could actually see the difference in the level of the two's martial arts techniques. Good. Very good. Then I'll show you my Imperial Celestial Dragon body. With this body, my Imperial Celestial Dragon body is 10 times stronger than yours. Empress Lan Meichen was shocked that her martial arts technique couldn't defeat Ling Xiao. Therefore, she could only use her most powerful Imperial Celestial Dragon body. His physical body was actually forged from the corpse of an ancient dragon. It had a huge boost to the Imperial Celestial Dragon body. Therefore, no matter what level Ling Xiao's Imperial Celestial Dragon body was cultivated to, she wouldn't be a match for her. Of course, that was just her thoughts. Did I hear wrongly? Are you sure you want to compete with me on whose body is stronger? Ling Xiao said with a smile. That's right. You're not afraid, are you? Empress Lan Meichen mocked. I'm not afraid of your balls. Ling Xiao sneered and directly charged forward. Moreover, he put away the demon dragon sword and only punched. Seeing Ling Xiao attack, Empress Lan Meichen also abandoned the sword in her hand. She activated the Imperial Celestial Dragon body. It was as if a divine dragon's roar was heard. Then, she punched at Ling Xiao with both fists. The divine dragon's roar was even louder. It's still Empress Lan Meichen who's more skilled. Huh? Before the voice of the person who spoke landed, a strange scene appeared. Empress Lan Meichen's arms were actually directly bent by Ling Xiao's punch. A crisp, cracking sound was heard. It was so painful that she screamed again and again. Impossible. No one believed that this scene was real. Ling Xiao's body was even more terrifying than the Imperial Celestial Dragon body. What kind of defensive martial arts did he cultivate? The one who couldn't believe it the most was probably Empress Lan Meichen herself. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The same Imperial Celestial Dragon body. I have a body refined from dragon blood and dragon flesh. How can you win against me? Who told you that I'm using the Imperial Celestial Dragon body? Idiot, you're outdated. Ling Xiao sneered mockingly, then punched Empress Lan Meichen's head fiercely. After this battle, Empress Lan Meichen was considered to be crippled. Although her body wasn't crippled, her spirit was probably really hopeless. After being abused by Ling Xiao to this extent, she probably wouldn't even have the courage to fight when she saw Ling Xiao in the future. Chapter 3111. When Ling Xiao easily subdued Empress Lan Meichen, the battle for the Ice Supreme Catalog had already ended. Ling Xiao captured something interesting with his Tai Chi eye. The Ice Supreme Catalog was actually snatched by Yenyu. This was really a good thing. In this way, Empress Lan Meichen could be used as a hostage in exchange for the Sword Supreme Catalog in Lan Meichen's hands. As for the enmity with Lan Meichen, that was nothing. He and Lan Meichen had long become mortal enemies. He didn't care one more time. Yen Yu, you'd better hand over the Ice Supreme catalog. Otherwise, if our Heavenly Sword Hall and Demon Dragon Sword Court join forces, you won't be a match at all. That thing will only make you die faster. The experts weren't blind. Tianjue King and Lan Meichen both saw that the Ice Supreme catalog was snatched by Yen Yu. Naturally, they wouldn't let her leave. Therefore, both forces tacitly surrounded the few people of Nine Defiance. Yen Yu said coldly, Tianjue King, you can try. I guarantee that you and Lan Meichen will be buried together with me. Her attitude was very firm. Since she had obtained the Ice Supreme catalog, it was impossible for her to hand it over. Yen Yu, you have to think clearly. The reason why Heavenly Sword Hall didn't deal with you before was only because the leader of Nine Defiance has a little friendship with His Majesty, Heavenly Sword Hall. Don't think that Heavenly Sword Hall can't do anything to you. Your stubbornness will only cause all the people of Nine Defiance in Sword Dynasty to be killed. Tianjue King said sinisterly, Ha! This is the biggest joke I've ever heard in the world. If you have the ability, just attack. If I, Yen Yu, frown, then I'm not Yen Yu. Yen Yu sneered. From the day they joined Nine Defiance, they had already disregarded life and death. Even if the Ice Supreme catalog couldn't belong to Nine Defiance, it definitely couldn't be taken away by Heavenly Sword Hall. She would rather destroy it. Sister Yen Yu, don't be so stubborn. Ling Xiao looked at Yen Yu and said with a smile, Why don't you give this Ice Supreme catalog to me? Give it to you? Yen Yu hesitated. After all, she was one of Nine Defiance, and the Ice Supreme catalog was something the leader wanted. Was it appropriate to give it to Ling? But after a while, she made a decision and handed the item to Ling Xiao. This required a great deal of courage. I'll have to trouble Sister Yen Yue to look after this fellow, for me. He threw Empress Lan Meichen to Falling Moon, but it scared Empress Lan out of her wits. Although Empress Lan did not have any external injuries, her arms were drooping and she was completely unconscious. The young master of the demonic dragon sword court had actually fallen to such a state. Lan Meima was so angry that she could spit out 3 liters of blood. Once again, Empress Lan Meichen was defeated by Ling Xiao. Her pride, her most worthy talent, was actually so useless. This trash, he tried to sneak an attack on me when I was injured, but I managed to subdue him. But you don't have to worry, old witch, I didn't kill him, because he is no longer worth killing. Ling Xiao mocked, You, let him go, or I'll grind your bones to dust. Lan Mei's face was ashen. She did not attack immediately because Lan Di Mei Chun was not dead yet. Otherwise, she would not have been able to hold back. You'd better be respectful to me, or else he won't be able to keep his life. Ling Xiao made a beheading gesture and smiled coldly. Who is this kid? He doesn't even dare to disrespect Empress Lan? Tianjue King asked in surprise. Lord Tianjue King, he is Ling Xiao, the one who killed your son, Tianjue Sanhua, and Princess Tianjue. Jian Huangchun hurriedly replied, It's you. Tianjue King's murderous aura surged as he was about to kill Ling Xiao. Hold on, don't you want the Ice Supreme catalog? Ling Xiao's words made Tianjue King stop in his tracks. Of course, Tianjue King was still furious, but the Ice Supreme catalog was more important now. It wouldn't be too late to kill Ling Xiao after getting the Ice Supreme catalog. What do you mean? Tianjue King asked. It's simple. I'll give you the Ice Supreme catalog, and you give me the geocentric Fire Lotus. It's a fair deal, okay? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Hearing this, Yen Yu couldn't help but frown, but Bai Feng pressed his hand on her shoulder. Believe in that kid. He must have his reasons for doing so. Bai Feng didn't believe that Ling Xiao would betray his friends for glory. Although he didn't understand Ling Zhao's actions, he believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't harm them. I believe in Brother Ling Xiao too. Long Xiang also nodded. Me too. He's not that kind of person. He can give the Heaven Calamity Jade to us casually. How can he be that kind of selfish person? Ba Dao also said firmly. Yan Yu finally nodded and didn't do anything. On the other hand, Tianjue King was ecstatic. Although the geocentric fire lotus was rare, it could still be found again. However, there was only one Ice Supreme catalog in this world. If it was an exchange, it would naturally be the most cost-effective deal. However, Tianjue King was arrogant after all. He looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said condescendingly, "You're just a little commoner. What right do you have to negotiate with me? Quickly hand over the Ice Supreme catalog. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape death today." "Are you an idiot?" Ling Zhao's words were shocking. There weren't many people in the entire Sword Dynasty who dared to say that Tianjue King was an idiot. Ling Xiao actually said it, and he even said it in front of Tianju King. "Kid, you're courting death." Tianjue King wanted to make a move, but when he saw the Ice Supreme catalog in Ling Zhao's hand, he hesitated again. "My lord, why don't we give him the geocentric fire lotus?" Jian Huangchen whispered in Tianjue King's ear. "They can't leave here alive anyway. If we join forces with the Devil Dragon Sword Court, all of the 9 Defiants will die." Hearing Jian Huangchen's suggestion, Tianjue King hesitated for a moment and said, "The 2 of us will take the Ice Supreme catalog in one hand and the geocentric fire lotus in the other and exchange at the same time." "That's right. This is the wisest choice." Ling Xiao smiled with satisfaction and said, "But the one who exchanges with me can't be you. Let that Jian Huang do it. If you suddenly attack me, I really can't block it." "Jian Huang, can you block it?" "Ridiculous." Tianjue King sneered in his heart, but he said, "No problem. Jian Huangchen, you go and exchange with him." "Yes." Jian Huangchen received Tianjue King's order and got closer to Ling Xiao. Then he handed the geocentric fire lotus over, and Ling Xiao also gave him the Ice Supreme catalog. However, this Jian Huangchen wasn't a good person either. Chun Ling Xiao was happy to get the geocentric fire lotus. Just as he was feeling happy, he suddenly launched an attack. A palm blasted towards Ling Xiao's head. At such a close distance, even falling moon couldn't save Ling Xiao. Serves him right. Death can't wipe out his crimes. The people of Heavenly Sword Hall and Devil Dragon Sword Court all applauded Jian Huangchen, but the people of the 9 Defiants revealed a look of horror. "Chi!" The sound of something being pierced suddenly sounded. People were shocked to find that Ling Xiao was retreating at a ghostly speed. Chapter 31:12. Although Jian Huangchen managed to avoid being hit in his vitals in time and didn't die, the sword wasn't light. Only then did everyone see that behind Jian Huangchen, Ling Zhao's Golden Phoenix incarnation was holding the Demon Dragon Sword, seemingly ready to attack. When you think that others are idiots, you are actually the biggest idiot. Ling Xiao looked at Jian Huangchen mockingly and said, "That sword didn't feel good, did it?" As he spoke, he withdrew the Golden Phoenix incarnation and gave the geocentric fire lotus to Little Gold in the Beast Ring. As long as Little Gold could break through, he wouldn't even have to fear second-tier life seizers. Why did such a genius become a thief? I have to kill him. Tianjue King was shocked to see Jian Huangchen injured. Ling Zhao's performance was too surprising. It seemed that Empress Lan Meichen wasn't too useless, but this kid was too strong. But this kind of guy who was bound to become an enemy, the stronger he was, the more uneasy it was. "Now it's your turn." Ling Xiao didn't look at Jian Huangchen and Tianjue King anymore. He knew that Tianjue King wouldn't make a move at this time. Even if he wanted to, he would have to join forces with the demon dragon sword court. And now that Empress Lan Meichen was in his hands, Lan Meichen wouldn't dare to make a move. Let him go, Lan Meichen said coldly. As long as you let him go, I'll leave immediately, and today's matter will be written off. Are you kidding? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. You're not trustworthy at all. Let's talk about the deal. I know you have the Demon Sovereign Catalog and Sword Sovereign Catalog. I'm not a greedy person. How about this kid's life in exchange for a catalog? Ling Xiao's words caused another round of exclamations. This kid was too bold. After offending Tianjue King, he offended Lan Meichen. He was really courting death. Even the people of Nine Defiance could not possibly protect him. In fact, they didn't know that even without Nine Defiance, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of these two people. If he wanted to escape, these two people couldn't do anything. That was why he was so daring. Beautiful Devil Lan had already expected Ling Xiao to raise such a condition. However, when Ling Xiao really said it out loud, she still felt anger burning in her heart. The medicine demon emperor said coldly, Kid, are you really not afraid of death? After offending the Heavenly Sword Hall, do you want to offend the Devil Dragon Sword Court as well? This is a good opportunity for us to let go of our past grudges. Yan Yu, I say, you'd best advise him as well. The few of you are absolutely no match for our two clans joining hands. Old thing, cut the crap. You clearly know what I did in the Devil Dragon Sword Court, yet you're still talking nonsense. You still want to let go of your past grudges? Let me tell you, old thing, even if you're willing to give up, I won't. I'll leave you with these harsh words. You two old things, and that old witch Lan Mimi, wash your necks and wait. There was also the Heavenly Sword Hall. Sooner or later, they would be uprooted. How dare they put me on the wanted list? I'll let them all die. Ling Xiao's words really infuriated the Devil Dragon Sword Court and the Heavenly Sword Hall. Oh, I almost forgot. The 12 Pinnacle Sword Kings of the Heavenly Sword Hall have already been killed by me. He was clearly not afraid of making a big deal out of it. In fact, Ling Xiao was very clear in his heart that whether it was beautiful Devil Lan or Tianju Wang, they definitely wanted him dead. Since that was the case, he might as well offend them directly. What was there to be afraid of? The Nine Defiance similarly knew in their hearts that as the top 10 wanted criminals on the wanted list, they and the Heavenly Sword Hall had long been like fire and water. And the Devil Dragon Sword Court was now the loyal lackey of the Heavenly Sword Hall. Therefore, no matter how Ling Xiao offended these two major forces, they would not object. Well said, brother. None of the Nine Defiance people are cowards. That's right. At most, we'll have a bloody battle. It's not certain who will win or lose. Agreed. Bai Feng, Long Xiang, and Ba Dao all expressed their opinions. As for Yan Yu, she had a blood feud with the Heavenly Sword Hall, not to mention. Do as Ling Xiao says. Otherwise, he's dead meat. Yan Yu looked at beautiful Devil Lan coldly and pressed a finger against Empress Lan's throat. It looked like just a finger, but beautiful Devil Lan knew very well. This finger had the ability to kill Empress Lan in an instant. Beautiful Devil Lan glanced at Tianju Wang, and the two of them exchanged glances. Beautiful Devil Lan's meaning was very clear. As long as they could save Empress Lan, all the catalogs would belong to the Heavenly Sword Hall. And Tianju Wang was also very willing to cooperate. The two sides reached an agreement instantly. Beautiful Devil Lan no longer hesitated and took out the Supreme Sword Catalog, saying, "Let go of my son, and this thing is yours." Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eyes flickered, and he smiled with satisfaction, saying, "Let the Medicine Demon Emperor bring the Supreme Sword Catalog over. We'll take her in one hand." Then he took Empress Lan from Yan Yu's hands. The Medicine Demon Emperor walked over with the Supreme sword catalog. During the handover, nothing happened. The two of them were more than 10 meters away. The medicine demon emperor suddenly laughed out loud. Kid, I've already smeared a highly toxic substance on the supreme sword catalog. The moment you touch it, you'll be poisoned. That's the 7-step intestine-shattering powder. If you walk 7 steps away, you'll definitely die from bleeding from all 7 orifices. Ha 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 ha. Is that so? Ling Xiao smiled and said, Unfortunately, I've also smeared a highly toxic substance on Empress Lan's body. Half-crazy smile. Didn't you notice that when you smiled, your body had already undergone some kind of change? What? The medicine demon emperor was shocked. He did not notice it when he was laughing, but now that he took a closer look, he suddenly turned pale with fright. The blood in his body had already begun to change and was constantly being devoured by the germs. In fact, there was no such thing as half-crazy smile. Ling Xiao had only implanted the bloodthirsty rat plague into Empress Lan's blood. As long as the medicine demon emperor touched it, he would definitely be in trouble. The medicine demon emperor, hurriedly sat down cross-legged and began to expel the poison. Ling Xiao, however, took 8 steps forward with a smile and said, Before using poison to kill me, you didn't even do a proper investigation. Do you think your grandpa Ling Xiao is afraid of poison? What an idiot. What 7-step intestine-shattering powder? What's the use of that? Tianjue King, are you still not going to make a move? Empress Lan suddenly roared. She originally thought that the medicine demon emperor could kill Ling Xiao. In that case, there was no need to give the supreme sword catalog to the heavenly sword hall. But since she had failed, she could only force her way through. Wait, don't you want the supreme ice catalog anymore? Ling Xiao suddenly shouted. What tricks are you playing now? Isn't the supreme ice catalog in my hands? Tianjue King was confused by Ling Xiao. You're really an idiot. Do you think that if that's the real supreme ice catalog, I'll use it to exchange for the geocentric fire lotus? Use your brain, my stupid pig king. Ling Xiao mocked. Impossible. How can this be fake? Tianjue King was just about to check if the supreme ice catalog in his hands was real. Chapter 31:13. The moment the loud sound rang out, a giant figure appeared between heaven and earth. The surrounding air instantly became extremely cold, more than 10 times colder than when the Vajra ape had appeared. That's the ice-revered godly shadow. That's the real ice-revered catalog. Now, there was no need to check. When Heavenly King saw the ice-revered godly shadow, he knew that he had been fooled by Ling Xiao. However, now was not the time for revenge. Obtaining the ice-revered catalog was the key. As for the sword-revered catalog, it was in Ling Xiao's hands anyway. This kid couldn't escape. Heavenly King viciously crushed the fake ice-revered catalog in his hand and led his subordinates to charge over. The people of Devil Dragon Sword Court didn't fall behind at all and chased after almost at the same time. Lan Meisho probably had the same thought as Heavenly King. It wouldn't be too late to kill Ling Xiao after obtaining the ice-revered catalog. In any case, Ling Xiao couldn't become stronger than them in a short time. While everyone's attention was on the ice-revered catalog, Ling Xiao rushed to the Vajra ape and put the entire corpse into the Mountain River world. The Vajra ape was a first transformation, life-seizing demonic beast. After transforming it into a beast soul, it would definitely increase Ling Xiao's battle prowess. It could also increase Ling Xiao's cultivation base. Ling Xiao's transformation of the cosmic light tiger's corpse had increased the energy in his cultivation base by 10%. After being smashed by the Vajra ape, the energy in his cultivation base had increased by 50%. It had reached 60%. He believed that as long as he transformed the Vajra ape's corpse, the energy in his cultivation base would increase by at least 20%. In this way, he was getting closer and closer to the first transformation life-seizing realm. After putting away the Vajra ape's corpse, Ling Xiao didn't immediately transform it. The most important thing now was the ice-revered catalog. He already had the demon-revered, sword-revered, and flame-revered. If he obtained the ice-revered catalog, he would have 4 catalogs. Perhaps in the entire 9 Supremes, he was the closest to the 9 Supremes catalog. Since he was so close, he naturally wouldn't give up. King-level martial arts were crucial to his future path of martial arts. Let's go. After calling out to Yin Yu and the others, as well as Chang Qingqing and Mei Ying, who had already finished cultivating, everyone also rushed towards the direction where the true Ice Sovereign catalog had appeared. Brother, how do you know that the Ice Supreme catalog is fake? Bai Feng asked curiously. My eyes are a little special. It's easy to tell if it's real or fake. Ling Xiao explained. No wonder. Like I said with your character, it's impossible for you to use the real Ice Exalted catalog to exchange for the Earth Core Flame Lotus. Sure enough, that's the case. At that moment, the confusion in the hearts of the people of 9 Defiance was completely resolved. Ling Xiao's actions that were somewhat incomprehensible just now could be considered as completely clear now. Everyone felt that Ling Xiao was extremely powerful. He had actually fooled the Demon Dragon Sword Court's Demon Lord and the Heavenly Sword Hall's Heavenly King. Before the people of Heavenly Sword Hall and Demon Dragon Sword Court arrived, some people had already arrived at the place where the Ice Emperor's divine shadow appeared. These people had originally wanted to avoid the Vajra Ape battlefield and take advantage of the chaos to steal something. Unexpectedly, they bumped into the heavenly phenomenon. Sect Master, let's go in and try our luck. This time, I'm afraid we're going to strike it rich. There was a gray robe sect in Sword Dynasty. The Sect Master was a martial artist at the peak of level 18 of Hell in Yinyang Realm. This strength was naturally nothing in Heavenly Sword Hall, but among the many sects, it was still very powerful. When the gray robe sect's elder spoke to him, he was very excited. This was because they discovered that there was actually a spatial crack at the place where the Ice Emperor's divine shadow appeared. This crack should be the crack of a small world. Through the crack, one could see that the small world was filled with various rare birds and beasts, as well as spiritual herbs and spiritual trees. The most exciting thing was that just by standing nearby, one could feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was 10 times richer than the outside world. If one cultivated here, it would be twice the result with half the effort, not to mention seizing those spiritual herbs and spiritual trees. I'm afraid this is a forbidden area. There must be treasures inside, and there are spiritual herbs and spiritual trees everywhere. The treasures are definitely not ordinary. The gray robe sect master was also shocked. This was only a corner of the forbidden area, but there were already so many spiritual herbs and spiritual trees. Then, how powerful were the treasures inside? Sect master, don't hesitate. If we can seize the treasures inside, I believe we won't be controlled by Heavenly Sword Hall in the future. The elder continued to persuade. The gray robe sect master was still a little hesitant. He raised his head and looked at the crack. The crack appeared on a huge ice crystal. It was a diamond-shaped structure and was suspended in the air dozens of meters above. The gray robe sect master floated in the air and looked at the crack. His breathing suddenly became rapid. The closer he got to the crack, the more he could feel the abundance of spiritual energy. It was like a gust of wind that kept blowing towards him. In just a breath, he could feel the energy in his cultivation constantly rising. Through the crack, he looked inside. There were actually many spiritual trees that were very rare in Sword Dynasty. The spiritual fruits hanging on the book were hundreds and thousands of years old. There were even some that were tens of thousands of years old. Because they contained too much energy, they even flickered with a strange luster. The gray-robed sect master could not help but swallow his saliva. If he could take a bite of that fruit, he would definitely break through his current cultivation. He was ecstatic, not to mention the treasures in this forbidden area. Even if there were no treasures, just these spiritual fruits were enough to raise the strength of the gray-robe sect by a large level. Sect Master, it seems that more people are coming. Below, more than a dozen experts of the gray-robe sect could not help but say, "Come up." The gray-robe sect master waved his hand. At this moment, greed had completely occupied his heart, and fear had been completely driven away. Everyone had forgotten that although there were many treasures in the forbidden area, it was often the most terrifying place. "Let's go." The gray-robe sect master waved his hand excitedly and flew towards the crack. At this moment, there was only joy in his heart. There was no place for him to be afraid. Greed had completely blinded him. The others were the same. They were all clamoring. They had long been drooling over the spiritual fruits inside. How could they still think of any danger? In fact, when they were more than 10 meters away from the crack, nothing happened. This made it even easier for people to let down their guard. Finally, they were about a meter away from the crack. The gray-robe sect master looked back and saw that more people had appeared below. In the distance, the warriors of the Heavenly Sword Hall and the Demon Dragon Sword Court were also rushing over. He gritted his teeth and flew directly into the crack. The moment they passed through the crack, nothing happened. However, when everyone arrived at the rift, they were shocked. All of a sudden, a terrifying energy storm surged over. Chapter 31:14. Oh no, let's escape. Only then did the gray-robe sect leader realize how terrifying it was inside. Ordinary martial artists couldn't enter at all. His voice was filled with fear and unease. Unfortunately, the way out was already surrounded by a terrifying snowstorm. Of the dozen or so people from the gray-robe sect, only 3 were left. All of them were frozen into ice and then torn apart. Not even a complete corpse was left. Only the gray-robe sect leader and 2 elders at the late stage of the 18th level of hell in the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm survived. Damn it! The gray-robe sect leader regretted not sending someone to test it out. Why was he blinded by greed? However, it was too late to regret now. The blizzard attacked them crazily, and they couldn't retreat at all. They could only continue forward. The 3 of them rushed toward the orchard. Even if only the 3 of them survived in the end, as long as they could break through to the life-seizing realm, the gray-robe sect could continue to prosper. At this time, other than the gray-robe sect leader, the other 2 elders were covered in blood. They were seriously injured and were about to die. Sect leader, we'll help you scout the way. The 2 of them were brave. They knew that they were about to die, but at least they had to help the sect leader survive. After getting rid of the blizzard, the 2 of them rushed toward the orchard. However, before they arrived, a black shadow suddenly darted out of the orchard. The 2 of them were killed before they could even see what it was. The gray-robe sect leader was completely disheartened. He ran outside like a madman. However, he couldn't see the crack that he had entered from inside. He stepped into the pitch-black swamp and gradually sank. After that, he lost all signs of life. The first batch of people who stepped into the forbidden area all died, just like that. Unfortunately, the people outside didn't know what had happened inside. Although they could see the spiritual trees from outside, they couldn't see what had happened to the people who had just entered. To them, everything was so calm. Therefore, another person took the risk to enter. This was a group of people who were even weaker than the gray-robed sect people. In the end, they were destroyed by the blizzard before they could get within 1 meter of the crack. This time, everyone saw it clearly. At this time, the people of the Sword God Hall Devil Dragon Sword Court and even the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace had already reached the crack. When they saw this scene, they couldn't help but sigh. The Ice Supreme catalog must be inside, and there must be treasures of the same level as the Ice Supreme catalog. Tianju King said as he looked greedily at the crack. "Are we going in?" Jian Huangchen asked. "Of course we're going in, but we have to wait for one more person." Tianjue Monarch said, "I've already informed His Majesty Sword God about the situation here. I hope he can send another Sword Emperor over. In this way, our Heavenly Sword Hall can completely grasp the advantage and not let others take away the good things inside." In fact, there were many people like Tianjue King who had informed the sect experts. If it was just a contest for the Ice Supreme catalog, many people would not have been interested. After all, it was too difficult to gather all 9 Supreme catalog. But if it was a forbidden area full of treasures, it would be a different story. Many people would come to join in the fun. Since Tianju King isn't going, I'll take my leave first. Demon Master Lan Meima also saw the things in the crack. She believed that those things were the key to reviving the Demon Dragon Sword Court. At this moment, Medicine Demon Emperor and Empress Lan Meichen had already recovered. They could seize the opportunity. Although he saw the fate of those martial artists who were close to the crack, he did not care. Those people died because they were too weak, but Lan Meima, was very powerful. There's terrifying ice energy in this crack. Once you get close, you'll be killed if you don't have enough defense. The few of you, follow me closely and use all your inner strength on defense. If you feel that something is wrong, retreat immediately. Lan Meima looked at the 2 demon emperors, 3 demon kings, and Empress Lan Meichen behind him. The few of them nodded in agreement. Thus, with Lan Meima leading, the 7 people of the Demon Dragon Sword Court rushed towards the crack. Because they were worried that something might happen, the rest of the people of the Demon Dragon Sword Court stayed outside. Woo, woo, woo. Just as they got close to the crack, there was a raging wind, and ice and snow filled the sky. "Help!" Suddenly, a demon king screamed miserably. He was instantly swallowed by the blizzard, and his body was rapidly freezing. "Damn it, speed up!" Lan Meima did not save that person, because even if he did, it was too late. Moreover, the blizzard's destructive power was too terrifying, so he did not dare to be careless. Finally, after losing a demon king, the remaining 6 people of the Demon Dragon Sword Court stepped into the crack. However, the moment they entered, they disappeared. From the outside, they could only see the dense forest and the enchanting immortal fruits and spiritual fruits. This scene made many people feel that this might be a trap. However, greed was still easier to control humans than fear. Seeing the people of the Demon Dragon Sword Court successfully enter, some people could not hold back. Unfortunately, there were more than 20 people in this group, and the strongest was only a demon king of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. In the end, they were all killed by the blizzard when they were about 2 meters away from the crack. The energy of this snowstorm seemed to only attack the warriors who entered at the very beginning. However, after the second time, it directly seeped out. Every time, more and more energy seeped out. The distance would also increase. After that, many people tried again, but the result was still that many died, and few succeeded. Gradually, people came to a conclusion. Those who could enter the crack were at least at the peak of the Yin-Yang First Transformation Realm and the 18th level of Hell. Otherwise, only death awaited them. After coming to this conclusion, fewer and fewer people tried. Ling Xiao and 9 these people had already arrived at the Forbidden Crack, but they were not in a hurry to enter. For safety's sake, Phantom, you leave here first and find a safe place to hide. After that, we will contact each other through a special method. Falling Moon looked back at Phantom and said, among them, only Phantom's cultivation was at the late stage of the Inyang first transformation realm. If she went in, it would be too dangerous. Phantom also knew that Falling Moon was doing it for her own good and did not want to cause trouble for others, so she nodded and said, no problem. Then she turned into a dark shadow and left. At this time, the Tianjue ancient ruins was not as dangerous as when they first entered, and Phantom's cultivation had broken through, so there was nothing to worry about. Ha 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 ha! I didn't expect that the fight for the Ice Supreme catalog would lead to such a forbidden area. Emperor Song will also benefit from it. Suddenly, a loud laugh was heard, and a black spot in the distance instantly grew larger. Chapter 31:15. Emperor Song, why are you here? Haven't you always been uninterested in the Nine Supremes catalog? King Tianjue said with a frown. Since he dared to call himself Emperor Song, his cultivation base must have reached second-tier life seizing. There was no doubt about that. However, it seemed that he was much weaker than King Tianjue. There was indeed a difference between the strong and the weak in the same cultivation base. Emperor Song looked like a bag of bones, but his strength was definitely not to be underestimated. King Tianjue, you're wrong. We only promised not to fight for the Nine Supremes catalog, but now that we're out of this forbidden area, you have to let us have some fun. Another voice came, but this time the person emerged from the ground. It was a middle-aged man who was only about 1 meter tall. Earth Emperor. King Tianjue frowned. He didn't expect them to come one by one. Earth Emperor is right. This is the Tomb of Venerable Ice, one of the Nine Supremes. Not only does it have the Venerable Ice's catalog, but there are also a lot of treasures and cultivation methods. If we don't come, won't your sword god hall take all the good stuff? Emperor Song sneered, and then said to Earth Emperor, let's go. No matter how powerful Sword God Hall is, they won't dare to monopolize this place. Otherwise, I'll reveal the matter of Venerable Ice's tomb to the other Nine Supremes. That's right. The two looked at each other and smiled. Then they flew toward the crack and entered it easily. After all, they were second-tier life seizers. Although they weren't as strong as King Tianjue, they were definitely not weak. Seeing the two enter the crack, King Tianjue was a little anxious. At this moment, a man came over on a sword. This man was only about 20 years old, but his cultivation base had reached second-tier life seizing. He was one of the 5 emperors of Sword God Hall. He was also the eldest son of Sword God Dugubajian, Dugu Xiong. Greetings, young lord. King Tianjue and the others cupped their fists and bowed. Although Dugu Xiong was young, he was already a sword emperor, which showed his talent. However, it was said that Dugubajian had a son who was even more talented than Dugu Xiong. His name was Dugu Shengjian. 2 years ago, he had reached the level of a sword saint, third-tier life seizing. In the Heavenly Sword Hall, he was the #1 person under Dugubajian. Let's go. Follow me into the forbidden area. Dugu Xiong looked down on everyone and didn't even bother to look at the people around him. He just nodded at Tianjue King and flew towards the crack. Then Tianju King and the 3 sword emperors followed him in. Although there weren't many of them, the Heavenly Sword Hall, which had 2 sword emperors, was definitely the strongest group. Naturally, they were able to enter easily. Let's go in as well, Sister Yanhua. Ling Xiao was a little excited. This time, he came for the Ice Reverend catalog, but he didn't expect to find the Ice Reverend's tomb. It seemed like his luck was pretty good. Falling Moon looked at everyone and said, all of you heard it clearly. This Ice Supremacy's tomb has attracted experts from all over. there will probably be quite a number of sword emperors and sword sovereigns entering. Even some sword emperors who usually didn't care about worldly affairs and focused on cultivation would appear. After all, this was an extremely great opportunity. In order to seize life from the heavens and step onto a higher realm, they would definitely risk their lives. We can't be separated. You understand? Understood. Everyone nodded in agreement. Ling Xiao was actually very clear that such a good place was even more attractive than the Ice Reverend catalog. No one was willing to miss it. However, he wasn't too worried. With his strength, even if he encountered a sword emperor-level expert, he could retreat unscathed. He could even defeat sword emperor-level experts like Emperor Song and the Earth Emperor, who weren't too strong. All right, then let's prepare to enter as well. Everyone, help Qing. She's the weakest. Don't get injured by that blizzard. Seeing that everyone understood what she meant, Falling Moon nodded and prepared to set off. Right at this moment, a gust of hot wind suddenly blew over. In this cold, heavenly ancient city, there was actually a hot wind blowing over. It was sufficient to show how powerful this person was. Golden Phoenix Palace Master. Seeing who came, Falling Moon frowned. There were a total of 6 people. The leader was the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace's Palace Master, Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor. Haha, so everyone from the 9 Defiance is here. Smiling, Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix said, Falling Moon, Dragon Mammoth, Bifeng, Domineering Blade, Chong Qing. Why is there one more person? Is there a problem? Falling Moon said coldly. Father, that's Ling Xiao, the guy who made Chi lose her mind. One of the young men standing next to Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix said. He had a very powerful cultivation base. Although he wasn't quite on the same level as Dugu Xiong, he was still a Sword Emperor. Most likely, he was Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix's son and Chi-Chi's older brother. Oh, Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix looked over at Ling Xiao, his eyes shining like 2 beams of sword light as he stared at Ling Xiao. Anyone else in his place would have coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. But Ling Xiao had the black tortoise god body, which made his defenses incredibly strong. Unless Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix attacked him directly, there was no way he could be defeated by a mere stare. So you're strong. No wonder Chi misses you so much. Laughing heartily, Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix said, When you reach the life-seizing level, I'll marry Chi. Father, he's number 2 on the wanted list. It'll be hard to explain things to the Sword God Hall. What's wrong with the Sword God Hall? If they piss me off, they won't have it easy either. Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix chuckled coldly. Ling Xiao didn't know what to say. His relationship with Chi was purely that of a man and a woman. There was absolutely no love between them. Perhaps Chi worshipped him, but there was no love between them. Unfortunately, he didn't feel the need to explain himself. Senior Gold Phoenix, we'll take our leave now. Ling Xiao clasped hands and bowed to Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix, then followed Falling Moon and the others toward the rift. Hoo-hoo! By this point, the terrifying blizzard was only 10 meters away. Although its power hadn't changed, the area it covered was much larger. Falling Moon, Dragon Mammoth, Bifeng, and Ba Dao were fine. After all, they were life-seizers, so the blizzard couldn't do anything to them. Chong Qing, on the other hand, was having a hard time. She had just reached the peak of the 18 hells of hell and had yet to fully adapt to the power. When they encountered the snowstorm, they were actually surrounded by danger. Watch out, big sister Qing. Ling Xiao said, leaping toward her. Jin Fengming, Chi-Chi's brother, chuckled coldly. You're like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river. You can't even protect yourself, and yet you're trying to save her? What a joke. However, As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt his face turn red. That was because Ling Xiao was standing in front of Chang Qingqing, using all of his internal energy to protect her. He didn't even try to defend himself. However, the violent snowstorm couldn't do anything to him. What's this guy made of? Why is his defense so strong? Chapter 31:16. Ha ha ha, Chi-Chi has always had good taste. The fact that she likes this kid shows how powerful he is. The Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor laughed loudly. Soon, Falling Moon and the others entered the rift safely, without any casualties. At least, that was what it looked like from the outside. Nine Defiant actually got a genius like Ling Xiao. Sigh, we were too late. The Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor sighed and said, if only I had listened to Chi-Chi and saved this kid first. That would have been great. Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor, don't regret it. This time, Ling Xiao will die. Suddenly, another group of people appeared in the distance. They were led by two second-level First Revolution Life Seizers. Phantom Emperor from Phantom Mountain Village. Fire Cloud Emperor from Fire Cloud Palace. You guys are working together. The Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor narrowed his eyes, feeling worried. Although neither Fire Cloud Emperor nor Phantom Emperor was a match for him, they were both very powerful. If the two of them worked together, they would be very powerful. That's right, we are working together. If we don't, how can we be a match for you and Devil Orchid? I advise you not to help that Ling Xiao. That kid crippled my son. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to vent my hatred. Fire Cloud Emperor said coldly. That's right. My son, young Master Phantom, was also killed by him. This is an irreconcilable grudge, Phantom Emperor added. We have always minded our own business, but if you help that kid, don't blame us for being impolite. Are you threatening me? I'm not even afraid of the Sword God Hall. Why would I be afraid of you guys working together? The Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor replied coldly. He wasn't afraid. Humph, we'll know when the time comes. Let's go. There were a total of 7 people in the alliance of Fire Cloud Palace and Phantom Mountain Village. Other than the Fire Cloud Emperor and the Ghost Emperor, there were 2 other Sword Emperors and 3 other Sword Kings. They stepped into the rift together. Of the 3 elite Sword Kings, one was killed by the blizzard, and the other was seriously injured. The rest entered safely. Humph, you talk big, but your performance is not as good as 9 Defiance. The Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor snorted and said to his subordinates, let's go in too. Even the weakest member of the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace was a first cycle life-sizer. Therefore, there were no casualties after entering the rift. It's all a mirage. After stepping into the crack, Ling Xiao and the others discovered the secret of the crack. Looking from the outside, it was filled with spiritual trees and spiritual grasses. But after entering, he realized that it was all a mirage. He didn't know where the scenery was coming from. In reality, what they saw before them was a field of ice. The cold was bone-piercing, and the wind was raging. Everyone, be careful. There is a special formation in this forbidden area. As an array formation grandmaster, Ling Xiao could naturally tell at a glance that these mirages were formed by array formations. Apart from this mirage that was similar to an illusion formation, there was an even more terrifying formation on the ice field. This is a formation that even I don't know how to construct, a truly top-notch formation. Ling Xiao continued. Through this kind of formation, anything in the formation can be constructed into a terrifying combat power. And the stronger the formation, the stronger the combat power created. Brother, we're really lucky to have you here. Everyone heard that, right? Be careful. Don't be careless. The Bai Fong reminded everyone. I'll be at the front. Ling Xiao, please stay at the back and pay attention to the surroundings. Falling Moon looked at Ling Xiao and said, although Ling Xiao's cultivation wasn't superior among them, his strength was still in the top 3. Therefore, Falling Moon was absolutely confident in him. No problem. Ling Xiao nodded. Walking at the back, if there were any unforeseen circumstances, he would be able to provide timely assistance. As soon as everyone finished speaking, suddenly, a group of ice crystal heavenly bulls appeared in front of them. These ice crystal heavenly bulls were all at the peak of the 1-star 18 levels of hell, and they were densely packed, and there were many of them. Compared to the danger here, the Heaven End ancient ruins were really nothing. There's a heavenly bull emperor under exalted ice. I guess this is his territory. Falling Moon analyzed. Let's not care whose territory. It is first. This is already within the range of the formation. To be exact, it's the Ice Crystal Heavenly Bull formation. These Ice Crystal Heavenly Bulls are probably made of ice, so there's almost an endless stream. Everyone, don't fight, just rush over. Ling Xiao reminded. If it weren't for Ling Xiao's reminder, the few of them would probably want to fight and get more Ice Crystal Heavenly Bull crystal cores. But hearing Ling Xiao's words, they understood that these things that looked like demonic beasts were actually all made of ice. There were no crystal cores at all, and there was an endless stream of them. It was impossible to win. Charge! Falling Moon was the first to rush up. Her palms flew up and down, easily killing dozens of ice crystal heavenly bulls. Sure enough, as Ling Xiao expected, the ice crystal heavenly bulls that were killed all turned into broken ice after death. There were no demonic beast crystal cores at all. At the same time that Falling Moon attacked, the others also began to attack. After all, there were too many ice crystal heavenly bulls constantly surrounding them from all directions. No one could be idle. Falling Moon opened the way. The rest were in charge of defense. Just like that, they kept moving forward. Long Xiang did not transform, but even with his brute force, a punch could kill 7 or 8 ice crystal heavenly bulls. The Bai Fong's blood-colored fire was a demonic fire and was actually suppressed in the ice field. But even so, his flames could easily burn 7 or 8 ice crystal heavenly bulls to death. Ba Dao's saber technique was peerless. With a slash, 7 or 8 ice crystal heavenly bulls were also killed. The more surprising one was Chang Qingqing. Her cultivation was the lowest, and her defense was the lowest, but her attack was not bad at all. Wherever the arrows condensed from elements pointed, 2 or 3 ice crystal heavenly bulls would be killed with each arrow, and she often shot 3 arrows at once, so she killed 6 or 7 ice crystal heavenly bulls in an instant. Of course, what surprised everyone the most was still Ling Xiao. This guy did not transform, but with a punch, at least a dozen ice crystal heavenly bulls were killed. Damn, looks like in terms of pure attack power, Ling Xiao is much stronger than me before I transformed. Long Xiang could not help but exclaim, "Focus on the enemy." Falling Moon reminded, but it had to be said that she was also a little surprised. Ling Xiao's current cultivation was only at the peak of the first cycle of the Yin-Yang realm, the 18th level of hell. His attack power had already surpassed that of a first cycle life-sizer. No wonder he could easily defeat Empress Lan Meichen. The ice crystal heavenly bulls suffered heavy losses, but they were not afraid of death. With the passage of time, everyone except Ling Xiao had expended quite a bit of energy. Moreover, the ice crystal heavenly bulls were fighting more and more fiercely, and the wounds on everyone's bodies were increasing. Only Falling Moon and Ling Xiao, the two people, were not injured. After all, Falling Moon was strong. Her cultivation was in the 2nd level of the life-seizing realm, and that was no exaggeration. Chapter 31:17. Facing the attacks of the locust-like ice crystal heavenly bulls, Falling Moon wasn't injured for the time being. However, Dragon Elephant by Fong Ba Dao and Chang Qingqing were already covered in wounds and frostbites. As for Ling Xiao, he had the black tortoise divine body, so his defense was probably stronger than Falling Moon's. The ice crystal heavenly bulls really couldn't do anything to him. No, stop hiding. If this goes on, we'll all die before we even get out of the ice field. Ling Xiao shouted and threw out a few recovery pills. These recovery pills could recover exhausted internal energy and heal injuries at the same time. Recovery pills were ordinary pills, but they were divided into grades. The recovery pill that Ling Xiao gave everyone was a spirit pill that guaranteed a 70% effect even for a third-tier life-sizer. There was only one such pill in the black tortoise continent. Others really didn't know how to refine it. After swallowing the pills, they immediately went crazy. Behind Falling Moon, a moon sword that seemed to be condensed from light appeared. Then, the moon sword released tens of thousands of rays of light that shot into the bodies of the ice crystal heavenly bulls. In an instant, thousands of ice crystal heavenly bulls were killed. Dragon Elephant directly used his beast soul transformation. His body grew more than 10 meters tall, and with a stomp, hundreds of ice crystal heavenly bulls were trampled to death. Bai Fong also used his beast soul transformation, turning into an undying bird and spitting flames. In the sea of fire, more than 1,000 ice crystal heavenly bulls were burned to death. Behind Ba Dao, an ice crystal heavenly bull beast soul appeared. However, he didn't transform. Instead, he waved the Ba Dao in his hand, and this slash was hundreds of times more powerful than before. The ice crystal heavenly bulls, which were clearly formed from ice, were pierced through by his cold saber energy. Thousands of them died. In an instant, a human-shaped martial soul appeared behind Chang Qingqing. This martial soul was armed with a bow and arrow, wearing armor, and was very brave. With the release of her martial soul, Chang Qingqing's arrows also became stronger. Arrows shot out in rapid succession. Basically, she could shoot 3 arrows in a second, killing more than a dozen ice crystal heavenly bulls. It was simply ferocious. Seeing his comrades go crazy, Ling Xiao naturally didn't want to fall behind. He instantly transformed into his frost dragon beast soul. The moment he opened his mouth, he unleashed frost dragon breath. This dragon breath turned thousands of ice crystal heavenly beetles into ice cubes, returning them to their original appearance. I say, little brother, are you going to let me live? You can't play like this. Long Xiang, who originally thought that after transforming, his attack power would far surpass Ling Xiao, could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Under the pressure of everyone, they finally broke out of the encirclement of the ice crystal longhorn beetles. They arrived at a relatively safe area and prepared to take a breather before continuing their journey. Falling Moon looked at Ling Xiao and said, "No wonder you even dared to provoke beautiful Devil Orchid. If you were to unleash your full combat strength, you'd probably be able to defeat fellows like Emperor Sangsong, Earth Emperor, Fire Cloud Emperor, and Ghost Emperor, right? Looks like we'll have to rely on you to obtain the Ice Venerable Catalog this time." After all, it was important to have a companion who could fight Second Division Life Seizers at the same time. Ling Xiao was definitely a hidden trump card. I will definitely obtain the Ice Venerable Catalog. As for the other treasures, I want them too. Ling Xiao would never relax when it came to treasures. He did not have a powerful backer, so he had to rely on these treasures to cultivate and increase his combat strength. Only then could he compare to those geniuses from wealthy families. You're greedy, kid. Let's continue. Falling Moon smiled. She originally wanted to ask Ling Xiao if he could give her the Sword Venerable Catalog, but in the end, she was too embarrassed to ask. If they were not friends, it would be fine. But once they became friends, Many things would be difficult to say, so she decided to let nature take its course. After resting for a while, Ling Xiao and the others continued forward. In front of them was an environment surrounded by a snowstorm, and it was impossible to see what was inside. At this moment, inside the snowstorm, the people of Sword God Hall were fighting a group of crazy snow eagles. These snow eagles were overall stronger than the ice crystal longhorn beetles. Of course, the most terrifying thing was that they could fly, and their speed was much faster than the ice crystal longhorn beetles. So their combat strength was also on a higher level. Although the people of Sword God Hall were powerful, other than Tianjue King and Duge Xiong, the three sword sovereigns were all injured. If not for Tianjue King and Duge Xiong being really powerful, these three sword sovereigns would have fallen here. Tianjue's sword. Tianjue King roared and stabbed out with the long sword in his hand. The thick sword Qi directly stretched out dozens of meters long. The snow eagles that were touched by this sword Qi all died on the spot. 72 paths of extinction sword technique. Duge Xiong was not as old as Tianjue King, but his strength was actually stronger than Tianjue King. They both used swords, but they used two swords. Both swords stabbed out at the same time, and the sword Qi immediately covered the sky. All the snow eagles that appeared around him were torn into pieces without leaving a single one behind. Let's go. With the two sword emperors clearing the field, the three sword sovereigns were also much more relaxed. So everyone increased their speed and rushed out of the snowstorm. Be careful, the demonic beasts here should be snow eagles. They are even more difficult to deal with than the ice crystal longhorn beetle. The moment he stepped into the snowstorm, Ling Xiao sensed the danger with his powerful soul power. He used Tai Chi, Eye to spy on the existence of the snow eagles. But at this time, it seemed that someone had just passed by, so the snow eagles were not so dense. He simply rushed to the front and led everyone to rush out of the snowstorm. What everyone had to face now was only the attack of the snowstorm. The power of this snowstorm was about the same as the snowstorm they encountered when they entered, so they could still handle it. But once they were targeted by the snow eagles, they would have to face the snowstorm and the snow eagles' attacks at the same time. It would be really troublesome. Fortunately, their luck was not bad. Someone had just passed through here, causing a large number of snow eagles to chase after them. In addition to Ling Xiao's Tai Chi, eye that sought luck and avoided disaster, they did not encounter any snow eagle attacks along the way. When they were about to reach the exit, they saw a large group of snow eagles circling there. Yenhue sword mark. Yenhue gave a delicate cry and stabbed out with a sword. The berserk sword mark pierced through the void, instantly killing a group of snow eagles. Taking advantage of this opportunity, everyone accelerated their attack. As long as they went out, the snow eagles would not be able to continue chasing. After all, they were constructs and could only exist in array formations. Yenhue took the lead and already rushed out. Behind, Dragon Elephant by Fang and Ba Dao also already arrived outside the snowstorm. But the troublesome one was Chang Qingqing. Her speed slowed down considerably. At this time, the snow eagles had already surrounded them again. There was no road ahead. Elder Sister Qingqing, don't worry, continue charging. Ling Xiao shouted. Chang Qingqing originally planned to attack, but hearing Ling Xiao's shout, she simply braced herself and charged. She believed that Ling Xiao would not harm her. In fact, it was precisely so. Ling Xiao took out the devil dragon sword and directly shot out a fire rain. Deviant flames danced all over the sky. Countless snow eagles were instantly melted. Chapter 31:18. As for Ling Xiao, he transformed into the cosmic light tiger and shot forward like a beam of light. He was one step ahead of Chang Qingqing and arrived outside the snowstorm. Ling Xiao gave out medicinal pills again, and everyone rested for a short while. Paragon Ice has 4 great martial emperors: Emperor Celestial Bull, Emperor Snow Condor, Emperor Ice Frost, and Emperor Black Snake. Presumably, there are 4 layers to this spell formation. We've already passed 2 layers, so there are 2 more to go. Don't be careless. Falling Moon warned as she swallowed a medicinal pill. Don't worry, Yang Qi said. The next spell formation won't be as troublesome. Instead, it will be endless hail. It's all about defense. Gather around me, and I'll lead you out of the formation. Ling Xiao smiled. While the others were recovering, he had already seen through the next spell formation. No one said anything, and they simply nodded. Ling Xiao had already proven how strong he was, and there was no need to doubt him. Many thanks for your trust, but I'll have to stay for a while. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and began to transform the Vajra God-Ape Beast Soul. He hadn't transformed the corpse of the Vajra God-Ape before, but now that he was going to use it, he naturally had to. He was already very familiar with the process of transforming his martial soul. It only took him about 10 minutes to do it. His body was already in the Vajra God-Ape Beast Soul transformation. Vajra God-Ape. First cycle, life-seizing beast soul. Special skill, unbreakable Vajra. Ling Xiao could sense that after the transformation, his sea of power was now at 100%. Now, all he needed was one more battle to break through his shackles, and he would be able to reach the life-seizing level. But now wasn't the time to worry about that. Come to my palm. Ling Xiao's beast soul transformation could be large or small. Normally, when he fought, he would use a form that was about the same size as his true form. But he could also use the beast soul's original size. For example, the Vajra God-Ape could reach a height of 10 meters and was as large as a giant. Falling Moon and the others would have no problem hiding in his palm. Ling Xiao stepped into the hailstorm spell formation. The hailstones that fell from the sky almost completely sealed off the entire space. The power of the hailstones was enough to destroy any First Revolution Yin-Yang realm martial artist at the peak of the 18th level of Hell. Even a First Division life-sizer would be seriously injured, and the slightest bit careless could lead to death. But Ling Xiao's defense was just that amazing. Stepping into the hailstorm, he was not afraid at all. With the black tortoise godhead and the unbreakable Vajra body, not even a second division life-sizer would be able to kill him. What's more, it was a hailstorm. In less than 10 minutes, Ling Xiao led everyone out of the hailstorm formation. I always thought that the Dragon Elephant clan was the most powerful beast soul warrior in the world. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. This Vajra ape must be a beast, soul transformed from a corpse. Your body seems to have a lot of secrets. Long Xiang said excitedly. There is a little secret that you want to know. Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Forget it. I'm not interested in your privacy. Long Xiang waved his hand. He knew very well that everyone had their own secrets. If he didn't want to talk about them, he would only make people hate him. Since you don't want to know, I'll tell you about the last spell formation. This spell formation is more dangerous than the previous 3 because there will be first star life seizers. They might be first division life seizers or even second division life seizers. But there won't be many of them. Ling Xiao said after analyzing the final black snake formation. While he was explaining the black snake formation, the martial artists of Sword God Hall were fighting inside the formation. Shockingly, their opponents were 2 second division, 1-star life seizers. This was a demonic beast at the level of a sword emperor. And the most troublesome thing was that the Blackwater mystical snakes were good at spitting poison, which weakened the martial artists. On Sword God Hall's side, under the leadership of Heaven End King and Duguxiong. 5 experts were fighting the 2 Blackwater mystical snakes. Keep it up. This should be the last spell formation. Once we get through, it'll be easy. Heaven End King roared, waving his Heaven End sword even faster. He and Duguxiong were the main attackers, and the other 3 sword emperors supported them. They had a slight advantage, but they didn't have healing pills like Ling Xiao did, so it was more difficult for them to recover. They weren't even at full strength. The battle was very difficult, but Duguxiong was a genius, and the son of Sword Master Dugubajian. He had many magical treasures, and any one of them was enough to speed up the Blackwater mystical snake's defeat. Ling Xiao and the others had already stepped into the black snake formation. Just as Ling Xiao said, along the way, they had encountered quite a few First Division, 1-star, life-seizing Blackwater mystical snakes. Fortunately, there weren't many of them, only 3 or 4 at a time. Although it was difficult, they could still win in the end. Stop! Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and shouted as the group charged forward. Everyone was about to ask him why when the ground suddenly cracked 100 meters ahead. A huge head stuck out of the ground. The head alone was as big as 4 or 5 elephants put together. 1-star, 2nd stage life-sizer. Falling Moon frowned at the sight of this terrifying demonling. This demonling was about as strong as she was. But in terms of fighting prowess, it was likely to be stronger. After all, this was the perfect environment for the Blackwater mystical snakes. And with the help of the spell formation, this 2nd stage life-sizer Blackwater mystical snake should be much stronger than she was. Hissus! The huge Blackwater mystical snake flicked its forked tongue, a ferocious expression on its face. Then it opened its mouth and spat out a cloud of pitch-black poisonous gas, which quickly enveloped everyone. "Come in," Ling Xiao said, and immediately transformed into his general of 9 snakes beast soul. The 9 heads opened their mouths and swallowed up the poisonous gas. Seeing this, everyone breathed sighs of relief. If it weren't for Ling Xiao, facing this powerful Blackwater mystical snake would have been very difficult. Falling Moon was grateful, but didn't stop moving. In the instant that Ling Xiao absorbed the poisonous gas, she stabbed out with her sword. The Blackwater mystical snake probably thought that the poisonous gas could weaken them and underestimated its opponents. Falling Moon's attack instantly blinded it in one eye, but this guy was really strong. Despite being blinded in one eye, it still lashed out with its huge tail, smashing it toward the team. That terrifying power, even with Ling Xiao's defense, would most likely cause him to be heavily injured. As for the others, they would be smashed into meat paste. But since they couldn't defend, they could only attack. In the blink of an eye, Dragon Mammoth by Fong and Domineering Blade attacked. Together, the 3 of them managed to block the tail. Chong Ching-Ching's arrow stabbed into the other eye of the Blackwater mystical snake. Chapter 30, 119. Although the 2nd Division, 1-star, life-seizing Blackwater snake was powerful, there was only one of them. Facing Ling Xiao and the others, there was no way it could stand up to them. Especially after both of his eyes were blinded, he quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. In the end, Falling Moon cut off its head and sent it crashing to the ground. Let's go. The Blackwater snake was a construct and didn't have a demon core. Therefore, they didn't linger and quickly retreated. This time, there was only one snake, but the next time might not be the same. I'll lead the way. Ling Xiao once again took the lead, in charge of avoiding the powerful Blackwater snakes. Fighting with these fellows was a thankless task. If he could avoid them, he would naturally try his best to avoid them. The 2 Blackwater snakes crashed to the ground, turning into black swamp water that flowed away. Heaven End King and Duguxiong breathed sighs of relief. The two of them put away the long swords in their hands, feeling a little excited. Let's move faster. Once we get out of this formation, we'll definitely find something good. Although they had expended a lot of energy, they didn't dare to linger. The 2nd Division, 1-star, life-seizing blackwater snakes were already giving them a headache. If they ran into them again, they would really be at the end of their rope. All 4 terrifying formations had been broken through. Ling Xiao and the others saw a huge barrier of light that looked like a teleportation portal. There's definitely a whole other world behind it. They sped up and passed through the barrier of light. In the blink of an eye, everything changed. Before, it was a pitch-black swamp with blackwater snakes everywhere. The air was filled with an incomparable stench. Now, the air was incomparably fresh, and even filled with the faint fragrance of fruits. In front of them was a field of green trees and red flowers. It was indescribably beautiful. Those are the spirit trees and spirit grasses we saw outside. Falling Moon said excitedly. They had seen these things before entering the crack. However, after entering, they discovered that it was only a mirage. After that, they had to face many dangers. Finally, they arrived. They saw the real spirit trees and spirit grasses. A single breath could increase the power of one's cultivation base significantly. Ha ha! This is the 1,000-year wood osmanthus that is necessary to concoct the recovery pill. I've been in the Black Tortoise continent for quite some time now. I've only managed to obtain a few stalks of this kind of thing in the extreme royal mystic realm. Moreover, it was only 700 or 800 years old. There's actually a genuine 1,000-year-old chai gui here. With these things, I can refine healing pills in large quantities. Ling Xiao was incomparably excited. He collected nearly 100 mature 1,000-year-old chai kasha and placed them into the mountain river world. In addition to the Millennium Chai Gui, there were many other herbs that even Ling Xiao did not know the names of. However, some of them were extremely poisonous and could be used to refine poisonous pills or poisons. Ling Xiao was not interested in these things. Thus, he and the others continued to move forward. Along the way, they found many more spirit fruits. These spirit fruits were basically all over 1,000 years old. Some could restore stamina, some could restore internal energy, some could heal injuries, some could increase defense, some could increase attack, and so on. There were simply too many of them. My eyes are dazzled. As they harvested, they ate, filling their rings of holding as much as possible. In any case, if they came across something even better, they could just throw out more. Although Ling Xiao was interested in the 1,000-year-old spirit fruits and spirit plants, he wasn't particularly interested in them. After he broke through to the life-seizing level, he needed spirit fruits and spirit plants that were at least 2,000 or 3,000 years old. Only then would he be able to concoct medicinal pills that were compatible with his cultivation base. Therefore, he was able to advance very quickly. None of the others knew how to concoct pills, so after filling their rings of holding, they continued onward. Incredible! 3,000-year-old chai, gui, and buplurum, snow pear, ice fruit. Ling Xiao was shocked. If such a thing were to be sold outside, the price of one stalk of herb and one fruit would probably reach tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones. Even if he didn't concoct pills, he could still sell them for millions of mid-grade spirit stones. If he concocted pills, he could make 100-fold profit. Throw away all the trash. These are the real treasures. Ling Xiao shouted. Compared to the 1,000-year-old items from before, the 3,000-year-old ones were the real treasures. Actually, he didn't need to say anything. The others were already doing the same thing. Although they hadn't seen the Paragon Ice catalog or any other treasures yet, the spirit plants and spirit fruits alone were enough to get them excited. Yeah, there's a 4,000-year-old heavenly tribulation fruit over there. Ling Xiao used his Taiji eye to search. Eventually, he found something even better. After collecting the 3,000-year-old spirit fruits and spirit plants, he pounced on the heavenly tribulation fruit. The heavenly tribulation fruit could be concocted into heavenly tribulation pills, which could be used by life seizers to help them break through. They were incomparably precious. Come in. Ling Xiao planned to take the entire heavenly tribulation fruit tree into the mountain and river world. There were roughly 800 heavenly tribulation fruits on the tree. If he used them to concoct medicinal pills, he could concoct 80,000 heavenly tribulation pills. Since Ling Xiao had already used up his 1,000-year-old Lingji pill, he could use more heavenly tribulation pills. 80,000 heavenly tribulation pills was enough to last him a long time. In fact, he could even sell some of them as gifts. Stop! Just as Ling Xiao was about to dig up the heavenly tribulation fruit tree and put it into the mountain and river world, suddenly 5 figures flew over from the distance. Ling Xiao didn't care what they were shouting about. Since he had seen it, there was no way he was going to let it go. Before they arrived, he took the heavenly tribulation fruit tree into the mountain and river world. At the same time, the 5 figures arrived. Bastard, you're looking to die? Seeing that Ling Xiao had ignored their warning and taken the heavenly tribulation fruit tree, the 5 of them were enraged. They were instantly enraged and attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. Ling Xiao had long since been prepared to dodge. He used the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique to avoid their combined attack. What? The 5 of them were all shocked. They hadn't expected that their attacks would miss their target. Emperor Firecloud, Emperor Spectre. By now, Ling Xiao and the others had seen the faces of the newcomers. They were Emperor Firecloud of Firecloud Palace, Emperor Spectre of Spectre Mountain Villa, and their 3 first-tier life seizers. Their numbers didn't match the number of people who had entered. Some of them must have died. Emperor Firecloud was tall and strong. He wore a red robe and had a very domineering aura. Emperor Spectre was a little gloomy. He wore a black robe and exuded an evil aura. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Ling Xiao frowned. Both of them had a grudge against him. Kid, I didn't expect to meet you so soon. The 2 of us came in to kill you for revenge. But now we can negotiate. As long as you hand over the heavenly tribulation fruit tree, we can spare your life. Emperor Spectre laughed sinisterly. Haha, you're kind. Too bad, I'm not stupid. You'll kill me whether I hand it over or not, right? Chapter 31:20. Hee hee, it doesn't matter if you see through me. Falling Moon, your 9 defiants have no enmity with our Fire Cloud Palace and Mansion of Specters. You wouldn't make an enemy of us because of this kid, right? Fire Cloud Emperor looked at Falling Moon and asked, So what if we make an enemy of you? You're just lackeys of the Sword God Hall. If you want to deal with Ling Xiao today, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Falling Moon, Dragon Elephant by Fong, and Domineering Blade all stood in a row with Ling Xiao. Chong Qingqing had already chosen her spot to attack. She liked to attack from afar, so she naturally couldn't fight head-on. However, if she hid in the shadows, she was a sniper that everyone feared. Stubborn fool, Falling Moon. Don't forget that although there are 6 of you, you're still at the level of 2. Both of you are trash at the peak of the 18th level of hell. The other 3 are only at the first level of life seizing. You're the only one at the second level of life seizing. Do you think that you alone can match the 2 of us? Fire Cloud Emperor said coldly. You talk too much. If you have the ability, just attack. Falling Moon said coldly. All right, since you want to die, don't blame us. Fire Cloud Emperor sneered and looked at Empress Spectre. How about you take 3 sword emperors to deal with the 5 of them. Hee hee, you think too highly of them. I'll leave the 3 sword emperors to you. Falling Moon won't be easy to deal with. If you gang up on her, you'll have a better chance of winning. As for the rest of the trash, I'll deal with them. After I'm done, I'll help you. Empress Spectre sneered. She didn't care about Ling Xiao and the others other than Falling Moon at all. All right, I agree. The only person Fire Cloud Emperor was wary of was Falling Moon. After all, she was an expert on the same level as King Tianjue. Among the second level of life seizing, Falling Moon was definitely not easy to deal with. However, with 3 sword emperors, he had a 70 to 80% chance of winning. Kill. Fire Cloud Emperor didn't waste time and pounced on Falling Moon. At the same time, fire clouds churned around his body. He was likely a user of a nature-type martial soul. His aura strength was not inferior to Falling Moon's. Although he wasn't very fast, his movements were extremely powerful. With a punch, almost the entire world was dyed red. Behind him were 3 First Transformations Life Seizers, all of whom were waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Falling Moon. Be careful, Falling Moon reminded everyone, and also rushed up. The battle between 2 sword Emperor-level experts was indeed very intense. Fortunately, the laws here were powerful enough to prevent an earth-shattering situation from occurring. If this happened outside, the area within a radius of 1 mile would probably be destroyed beyond recognition. In the blink of an eye, the 2 sides had already exchanged many blows. Fire Cloud Emperor was indeed not Falling Moon's match. But every time Falling Moon was about to injure Fire Cloud Emperor, there would always be someone who came out to hinder her. The 3 sword Emperor-level warriors behind the Fire Cloud Emperor were not easy to deal with. Although his cultivation was not as high as Falling Moon and Fire Cloud Emperor, he was very experienced and knew when to attack. Ha ha, Falling Moon, just accept your fate. Who asked you to bring along trash? Fire Cloud Emperor laughed loudly and attacked even more fiercely. Yen Yu's expression was gloomy. Because she was overly anxious, she had fallen into the other's rhythm. There was nothing she could do. Who asked her to be worried about the situation on the other side? Sister Falling Moon, you don't have to worry about us. With me here, he can't escape. Ling Xiao stepped out of the crowd and shouted at Falling Moon. Then he said to the Bai Fong and the others, you guys go and collect fruits and spirit herbs. The more the better. I'll play with Emperor Spectre. You play with me? Emperor Spectre seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. You can't even beat a first cycle life sizer, let alone me. You won't be saying that in a moment. Ling Xiao drew the demon dragon sword and entered the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation. Frost dragon, cosmic tiger, Vajra ape General 9 snake, and undying bird appeared behind him. These were all martial souls that could increase his battle prowess. He needed to fight with such an expert. He felt that he was about to break through. After this battle, he should be able to step into the life-seizing level. At that time, he would be able to fight against Heaven End King and beautiful Devil Orchid. He could also try to enter the forbidden land of death that led to the 4 major domains. He had to get stronger. The Moon Maiden was still waiting for him at the Palace of Eternal Life. What a bluff! Die! Emperor Spectre's body emitted a terrifying black aura, and his eyes became ghostly. He looked like a vengeful ghost that had stepped out of hell to claim his life. Emperor Spectre's martial soul was the same as young Sir Spectre's, a Spectre martial soul. However, it was obviously much stronger. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. In fact, he was a bit nervous. After all, he was only at the peak of the 18th level of hell in the first cycle Yin-Yang realm. Clang! He drew the demon dragon sword again. Then, without waiting for his opponent to attack, he stabbed out with his sword. Deviant Flame Sword Art, Rain of Fire. This kind of area of effect attack made it easier to test the opponent's strength. Ling Xiao couldn't see through Emperor Spectre with his Taiji, so he could only use attacks to test him. Petty tricks. Seeing Ling Xiao's attack, Emperor Spectre sneered and waved his right hand. Black aura boiled and instantly extinguished the rain of fire. Die. As soon as the rain of fire was extinguished, Emperor Spectre attacked. Like a ghost, he appeared in front of Ling Xiao in an instant. Universe Body. Dodge. The Universe Tiger Soul behind him flashed. Ling Xiao hurriedly hacked away Emperor Spectre's attack. Ordinary dodging wouldn't work at all. Emperor Spectre was much faster than Fire Cloud Emperor, and his attack wasn't weak at all. The trees and bushes that were hit by the wind from his palm instantly withered and cracked. Finally, they died. Emperor Spectre was surprised that Ling Xiao had managed to dodge his sure-hit attack. His martial soul could absorb the vitality of any living creature. Any living creature that was hit by his attack would suffer great pain as long as it touched them slightly, and his speed was extremely fast like a ghost. Even warriors of the same cultivation level would be wary of him. But today, Ling Xiao had actually dodged his attack. This made him somewhat puzzled and angry. Emperor Spectre, what are you playing at? You can't even kill a kid at the 18th level of hell after so long. That woman Falling Moon is too ruthless. She's stronger than before. At this moment, Fire Cloud Emperor's anxious shout came from the other side. As Falling Moon gradually calmed down, Fire Cloud Emperor couldn't take advantage of her. And because of this, a Sword Emperor expert had even died. The situation instantly became extremely unfavorable. Got it. I'll kill this kid with one move. Emperor Spectre also saw the Sword Emperor expert that had been killed. That was someone from his Spectre Mountain Villa. This was a huge loss. He had to get rid of Ling Xiao as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would really make a fool of himself. One move. You think too highly of yourself. Chapter 3121. Finish me in one move. Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? Ling Xiao looked disdainfully at Emperor Spectre. Although he wasn't confident in his ability to defeat Emperor Spectre, he was confident that he could escape unscathed. One move. Emperor Spectre really didn't know how to brag. Be careful, my boy, Bai Fong said. He's a second division life-sizer, so don't underestimate him. Of course not, Bai Fong warned. He was worried that Ling Xiao's recent smooth sailing would cause him to become arrogant and underestimate his opponent. That would be troublesome. Ling Xiao turned and smiled. Many thanks for your concern, Big Brother Bai Fong. If I can't beat him, I'll ask for your help. But for now, let's see how strong Emperor Spectre is. Deep down, Yang Qi was actually thinking about using Emperor Spectre's attack to achieve a breakthrough. Once he reached the first division life-seizing level, he was confident that he could defeat Emperor Spectre with ease. At that point, the Bai Fong and the others wouldn't have to waste their energy. After all, they were surrounded by enemies, and there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be any other enemies nearby. Therefore, it would be beneficial for the Bai Fong and the others to be at full strength. You want to see how strong I am? You're just looking to die. Emperor Spectre had no idea what Ling Xiao was thinking. As far as he was concerned, Ling Xiao was just as arrogant as ever, but that was fine. With the other pieces of trash interfering, he wouldn't be able to avenge his son. Things would be much easier now. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao in one move and not give the Bai Fong and the others a chance to help. Ants would always be ants and would never be able to understand the terror of mega mammoths. Looking to die? I don't think so. The demonic dragon sword in Ling Xiao's hand swallowed and spat out a shocking sword aura as its sword intent skyrocketed. You'll find out soon enough. Emperor Spectre didn't have time to waste with Ling Xiao. In the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by black energy. The black energy was like an enormous ghost with its mouth wide open. The ghost energy was so eerie that the surrounding plants began to wither, their life force sucked away. At the same time, the black energy grew even stronger. Spectre Troll. With a roar, the ghost emperor finally released his attack. Like a giant demon, the spectre grew in the wind and pounced on Ling Xiao, covering the sky and covering the sun. Is this the spectral monarch? What a powerful attack! Seeing his opponent's attack, Ling Xiao was not afraid. Instead, he was excited. The stronger the opponent's attack was, the more helpful it would be to him, and the easier it would be for him to break through. Therefore, it was impossible to hide. Ling Xiao held the demon dragon sword in his hand, stepped on the ground, and stabbed out. Strange flame sword art, black flame sword. The demonic dragon sword burned with pitch-black flames. The black, tortoise divine physique drew upon the power of the earth and fused it into the attack. This made the sword strike even more terrifying. Rumble! The sky was filled with rolling flames and roaring yellow sand. The shock waves from the collision of the two moves caused many spiritual trees and spiritual grasses to suffer. Fortunately, this was still within the forbidden area. If it was outside, everything would have been destroyed in an instant. The scene was really intense and terrifying. The spectral monarch stood there coldly. All the attacks that reached him were completely swallowed by the black gas, unable to cause any damage to him. Looking at Ling Xiao's side, although the billowing black gas was weakened by the black flame sword, a lot of it still blasted directly toward Ling Xiao's body. However, Ling Xiao still did not retreat, allowing the black gas to bombard his body. Indestructible Vajra. The Vajra ape behind him shone brightly, forming a strange golden light around his body. The black gas collided with the light, and after a moment of stalemate, it shattered. Then it continued to attack Ling Xiao. However, at this time, the black gas was weakened by a lot again. Finally, it hit Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao's face instantly turned pale, and traces of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. However, he did not retreat at all. He still stood there with a cold smile on his face. You want to kill me with one move. You're bragging too much. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his heart filled with wild joy. Sure enough, a second division life-sizer's attack was incredibly powerful. In addition, the energy in his sea of cultivation had already risen to 100%. After being hit by this attack, the potential in Ling Xiao's body erupted wildly, instantly pushing his cultivation to a whole new level. However, he still hadn't broken through. If a martial artist wanted to break through to the life-seizing level, they had to go through heavenly tribulation. And right now, Ling Xiao was facing heavenly tribulation. If the heavens didn't do as they wished, they would send down heavenly tribulation. Unfortunately, this heavenly tribulation was terrifying. Normally speaking, when a martial artist broke through to the first division of the life-seizing level, they would encounter a first division tribulation of mortal lightning, although it was dangerous. And although many cultivators would be killed because of it, most of them failed to break through because their will was not firm enough. They would not die. However, Ling Xiao's tribulation wasn't a first division tribulation of mortal lightning. It was a second division tribulation of demonic lightning. Lightning was like fire. There were mortal lightning, demonic lightning, variant lightning, immortal lightning, and God lightning. Demonic lightning tribulation was much stronger than mortal lightning tribulation, and there were two divisions. In other words, while other martial artists only needed one wave of tribulation to break through, Ling Xiao had to face two. The demonic lightning tribulation scared Emperor Spectre so much that he forgot how humiliated he had been. After all, when he had gone through Second Life Seizing, he had only faced two waves of mortal lightning tribulation. That had been enough to make him choke. Ling Xiao had actually attracted two waves of demonic lightning tribulation. Just what had he been through? But then he realized that this was an opportunity. Ling Xiao was facing such a terrifying demonic lightning tribulation and wouldn't be able to spare any effort to deal with him. That would be a good opportunity to strike. He couldn't allow his reputation to be tarnished here. He had to kill all of these people. Otherwise, it would be too humiliating if people knew that he couldn't kill a martial artist at the peak of the 18th level of hell in one move. Thinking of this, his eyes revealed a sinister look. He released all the black gas that covered the sky. A huge specter appeared in the void and surrounded Ling Xiao. Other than the sky, the other directions were airtight. He wanted to trap Ling Xiao and not give Ling Xiao a chance to avoid the demonic lightning tribulation. Ling Xiao wasn't interested in paying attention to Emperor Spectre at this time. He didn't expect that his breakthrough would be so exaggerated. Two waves of demonic lightning tribulation? Others only needed one piece of tribulation jade to break through, but he needed 10 pieces. Fortunately, he had robbed the martial artists of Heavenly Sword Hall. He now had 11 pieces of tribulation jade. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. The tribulation is so terrifying. After Ling Xiao breaks through, his strength will probably be very terrifying. No wonder this guy has always been able to challenge those of a higher level. The energy contained in his body is really terrifying. Bai Fong couldn't help but say, "Old Bai, don't talk nonsense. Ling Xiao is in danger. Hurry up and help." Long Xiang hurriedly said, "There's no need to help. This is two waves of demonic lightning tribulation. That idiot Emperor Spectre doesn't know how terrifying it is. He actually chose to attack Ling Xiao at this time. He's simply courting death." Chapter 3122. Emperor Ghost doesn't know the horror of the demonic thunder tribulation at all. Attacking Ling Xiao now is simply courting death. As soon as Bai Fong finished his words, suddenly a strange demonic thunder fell from the sky. There would be 9 lightning strikes in each heaven's tribulation. 2 heavens tribulation meant 18 lightning strikes. However, the second heaven's tribulation was generally stronger and more terrifying than the first. The first heaven's tribulation instantly blasted the black gas that enveloped Ling Xiao into nothingness. Emperor Ghost was even affected by the demonic thunder. Although it was only a little bit, he was so scared that he fled frantically, with blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth. What a terrifying demonic thunder. At this time, Emperor Ghost's face changed greatly. He knew that it was almost impossible to kill Ling Xiao under the continuous heavens tribulation, so he shifted his target to Bai Fong and the others. At this time, Chong Qingqing had already prepared an attack. Sun-vanquishing arrow. She had been hiding in the dark for a long time to prepare this move. Originally, she wanted to use it when Ling Xiao or Yenyu were in danger. At this time, seeing that Emperor Ghost was injured, she knew it was a rare opportunity, so she released it. The golden arrow was like a ray of light, shooting directly at Emperor Ghost. It instantly destroyed Emperor Ghost's body protection genuine essence. Then the arrow pierced into Emperor Ghost's shoulder. Although Chong Qingqing aimed at his heart, Emperor Ghost was obviously not to be trifled with. At the critical moment, he avoided the vital part. However, because he underestimated his opponent and was injured by the demonic thunder, he was still injured by Chong Qingqing's arrow. He hurriedly activated his internal force, and a huge ghost wrapped around himself, forming a ghost barrier. Chang Chingching's arrows hit the ghost barrier. Although they penetrated it, their power was greatly reduced, and Emperor Ghost easily blocked them. Go to hell! Emperor Ghost looked at Chang Chingching's position and was furious. He failed to kill Ling Xiao with one move, and instead helped Ling Xiao to break through. It was humiliating enough. Now, he was injured by a girl who was at the peak of level 18 of hell in Yin Yang realm. If this spread out, he would be too ashamed to face others. Blood-red fire! Just as the ghost monarch was about to attack Chang Chingching, the Baifeng attacked. The blood-red flames bombarded the spirit barrier. The spirit barrier actually began to burn. The crazy flames continued to seep in the direction of the Spectre Emperor. The Spectre Emperor could not be underestimated, considering the fighting prowess of a First Division life-sizer. The Baifeng was one of the strongest. The Spectral Monarch didn't dare to take his attacks head-on. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to endure it. Furthermore, the flame attack was the bane of his Spectre martial spirit, which was very troublesome. Dispel. The Ghost Monarch had the determination to cut his losses and decisively gave up on the ghost barrier. Even though the red fire continued to burn, it was no longer a threat to him. If he didn't do that, the blood-red fire would continue to spread. Once it reached his body, he really wouldn't know what to do. A chance! Wild Blizzard Blade. When Domineering Blade saw that the spirit barrier had been removed, he naturally wanted to seize this opportunity. He waved his right arm, condensed his true Yuan battle blade, and slashed at the spirit monarch. This violent saber technique contained a terrifying cold Yin energy. Before the saber even reached him, the saber intent was already terrifying. Do you really think I'm that easy to bully? The Spectre Emperor said angrily. Each and every one of them had a lower cultivation base than him, and yet they were attacking him. That made him very unhappy. He punched out, and a black fist energy collided with the domineering saber energy. The saber energy collapsed. Domineering Blade was sent flying. However, the Spectre Emperor didn't have it easy either. As the cold energy entered his body, he felt his movements become sluggish. Not good. These guys aren't to be trifled with. None of them are easy to deal with. The Spectre Emperor suddenly understood why Falling Moon and the others had a bounty on their heads, but hadn't been captured. This group of fellows, each one of their strength was not weak. Although they were not his match, they could all pose a threat to him. Take this. At that moment, Dracomophant's attack arrived. Dracomophant had already transformed into a beast soul, and his attacks were even stronger than those of the Baifeng and Domineering Blade. Domineering Blade's cold energy entered the Spectre Emperor's body, causing him to stiffen. Although it was only for a moment, Dracomophant seized the opportunity. A punch landed on the Spectre Emperor's face. The Spectre Emperor was sent flying dozens of meters away. His face was slightly deformed. Cough, cough. Blurg. The Spectre Emperor didn't expect that he would be beaten up by a few martial artists whose cultivation bases were lower than his. The moment he vomited blood, he was extremely nervous. He was now very clear that he was definitely not a match for these people whom he had called trash and trash by himself. Old by, I heard some idiot call us trash and trash. However, this idiot is now vomiting blood after being beaten up by us. Who does he think he is? Dracomophant, and the others didn't chase after him. Instead, they laughed and chatted. Hearing this, the Spectre Emperor was so angry that he vomited blood. As a Sword Emperor, he was humiliated in such a way, but he couldn't refute it. It was so embarrassing. Spectre Emperor, you piece of trash. Why haven't you gotten rid of those trash? On the other side of the battlefield, the Fire Cloud Emperor was also in trouble. At this time, the three-sword Emperor-level experts that attacked Falling Moon with him had all been dealt with by Falling Moon. He was now surrounded by danger. He didn't have any spare energy to pay attention to the situation around him. Therefore, he didn't know that Ling Xiao was breaking through, and he didn't know that the Spectre Emperor was beaten into a pulp. Weren't you full of confidence? What about now? The Spectre Emperor replied, We underestimated these guys. If we had known, we would have accepted the alliance request of Emperor Tsong and the Earth Emperor. Then, we wouldn't be so miserable. Don't be long-winded. I will try my best to delay Falling Moon. You think of a way to get rid of those trash. Don't tell me that you have already used all your strength. The Fire Cloud Emperor roared. The two of them weren't in a good mood. Originally, he wanted to rob them, but now both of them were in danger. All right, I'll go all out. The Spectre Emperor indeed didn't use all his strength because he wanted to preserve his strength to fight for the treasure. But now it seemed that he couldn't not use all his strength because he might lose his life. You guys are very strong, but today you must die. The Spectre Emperor was furious. He no longer had any thoughts of holding back and erupted with all his strength. The air around him suddenly turned cold and sinister. Originally, the sky had been clear, but now it was dark and gloomy, as if a storm were coming. Be careful, the Baifeng said. This guy is going all out. The Baifeng warned. If a second division, Life-Sizer, went all out, it would be terrifying to say the least. They couldn't let their guard down. Spectre Hell. Chapter 31:23. Emperor Spectre unleashed his most terrifying move, Spectre Hell. As soon as he unleashed the move, the entire sky seemed to be covered by pitch-black specters. Wherever the specters went, black energy swirled around them, filling the air with a deathly aura. The surrounding plants quickly withered and died, while the specters became even more terrifying and powerful. Emperor Spectre was smart enough not to surround Ling Xiao. After all, he had tasted the terror of the demonic lightning tribulation and was terrified of it. Before Ling Xiao broke through, he didn't want to touch Ling Xiao again. He would rather kill the Baifeng and the others first. He's a first cycle Life-Sizer after all, the Baifeng said, frowning. The Baifeng frowned. It watched as the spirit hell covered the sky and enveloped them, but it did not have a good idea. He tried to use his blood-colored flames to burn the entire Spectre Hell. However, Spectre Hell was different from the Spectre Wall. As long as a part of it was burned by the blood-colored flames, it would quickly grow back. In any case, this was a field of spirit trees and spirit grasses, which had incredible life force. It was the perfect place for Emperor Spectre to unleash his power. Giant Saber. Although they couldn't break through Spectre Hell, that didn't mean the Baifeng and the others were at a disadvantage. With their combined strength, even a second cycle Life-Sizer wouldn't dare to underestimate them. Not even the Heaven End King would dare to, let alone Emperor Spectre, who was weaker than him. Following Ba Dao's furious roar, the blade in his hand suddenly became incomparably huge, and he ferociously chopped down at the Ghost Emperor. When Domineering Blade attacked, Chong Qingqing's bowstring had already condensed 3 special elemental arrows. They were all fire elemental. They were specifically designed to deal with Emperor Spectre. The 3 flame arrows and giant saber shot toward Emperor Spectre at almost the same time. These people were smart enough to notice that after the Spectre Monarch released the Spectre Hell, his speed slowed down drastically. When he attacked, his strength was his strength, and speed became his weakness. Therefore, when the two of them attacked at the same time, it worked wonders. Boom! Emperor Spectre blocked Domineering Blade's giant saber. Then, 3 beams of black light shot out from Spectre Hell to block Chong Qingqing's flame arrows. However, in the end, he was still outnumbered. He blocked Ba Dao and Chong Qingqing's pincer attack, but Long Xiang seized the opportunity. The huge fist slammed into the Phantom Monarch's body. Even with the support of the Ghost Hell, the Ghost Monarch was still pushed back more than 10 meters by this punch. His entire body was in intense pain. What a freak! He's only in the first division of the first cycle life-seizing level, and yet he has such terrifying attack power. The Dragonesque Elephant Clan is indeed a fighting clan. No wonder even His Majesty, the Sword God, values them so much. The Phantom Monarch was in pain, but he didn't dare to stop. Controlling the Ghost Hell, he launched a series of ghost attacks. Blast Spectre, Flame Spectre. As expected, because he had to control Ghost Hell, his speed had slowed down. He decided not to move. Relying on the fact that Ghost Hell's attacks were even faster, he continued to attack in an attempt to stop those people. However, the few fellows from 9 Defiance were more difficult to deal with than Emperor Ghost had imagined. The Bai Fong had been attacking the Ghost Hell all this time. It transformed into a huge blood-red undying bird and used its blood-red flames to melt the spirit hell. Because of that, Emperor Ghost had no choice but to focus on controlling Ghost Hell, giving the Dragonesque Mammoth's domineering blade and Chong Qingqing an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. In the blink of an eye, the Phantom Monarch was surrounded by danger. Despite using his most powerful attack, Ghost Hell, he still couldn't gain the upper hand. Emperor Ghost was starting to feel fear. Black Flame, Berserk Sword. All of a sudden, a shout echoed out from outside the Ghost Hell. A gigantic black flaming sword actually split the entire Ghost Hell into two. Emperor Ghost was seriously injured, his face ashen, and blood sprayed out of his mouth. As it turned out, Ling Xiao had already transcended 2 waves of demon lightning tribulation. Because he was worried about his companions in the Ghost Hell, he had made a move. As of this moment, he was a first cycle life-sizer. The power within him had been completely transformed into tribulation true energy. In fact, his power had undergone a qualitative transformation. After his breakthrough, Ling Xiao was now stronger than Emperor Ghost. Furthermore, Emperor Ghost was busy dealing with the Bai Fong and the others. Because of Ling Xiao's attacks, he was at a disadvantage. Bloodbird. The Bai Fong seized the opportunity when the Ghost Monarch was heavily injured. It channeled its blood-red fire and turned into a blood-red undying bird, crashing towards the Ghost Monarch. Dracomomoth, Domineering Blade, and Chong Qingqing also attacked. A series of attacks landed on the already injured Emperor Ghost. How could he possibly defend himself? His body was almost completely destroyed, and he was in a miserable state. Brother, here's your loot. The Bai Fong took the Phantom Monarch's ring of holding. After all, he was the lord of the Phantom Monarch, and there were over 1 million mid-grade spirit stones and 4 tribulation jades in the ring. The Bai Fong didn't take any of them, and instead gave them all to Ling Xiao. Although they had killed Emperor Ghost, Ling Xiao was the one who had contributed the most. Otherwise, even if they had the upper hand, they wouldn't have been able to kill Emperor Ghost in 3 days and 3 nights. Many thanks. Ling Xiao didn't stand on ceremony and accepted the items. His plan was simple. He would take the spoils and repay them with favors in the future. To be honest, he was willing to owe the Bai Fong and the others a favor. While they were settling the battle here, the battle on the other side was nearing its end. Although Yen Yu's cultivation was on par with the Fire Cloud Emperor, she had a huge advantage. At this moment, the Fire Cloud Emperor had many injuries on his body. If it wasn't for his strong defense, he would have been defeated. Someone is coming. Ling Xiao suddenly looked not far away and reminded everyone. At this point in the battle, he was most afraid that someone would take advantage of the situation. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had broken through and was confident. not to mention the Phantom Monarch and the Fire Cloud Emperor. He wouldn't even be afraid of the Heavenly Monarch. The Bai Fong and the others also noticed that dozens of powerful martial artists were coming from different directions. The Devil Dragon Sword Court's Lan Mei, two Devil Emperors, and her son Lan Di Meichen seem to have all died. The losses are heavy. The Heavenly Monarch, Dugu Xiong, and the three Sword Emperors of the Heavenly Sword Hall have also arrived. The Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor of the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace, and his experts have also arrived. The mysterious Emperor Song and the Earth Emperor are both here. In addition to them, there are quite a few First Division Life Seizers. There are quite a few people in the Forbidden Area. The Bai Fong recognized all of them. They were all famous people, some of whom had been in seclusion for years. Apparently, Reverend Ice's graveyard was very attractive. I never would have guessed that the Phantom Monarch would be killed. Well, the 9 Defiance boys are pretty good. Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor laughed as he stood nearby and watched. Chapter 31:24. What a piece of trash. Instead of taking revenge, he was killed. I don't think that Fire Cloud Emperor will live either. Lan Meima said coldly, "It's Zhou and I and his gang again, and it's that Ling Xiao again. It's really a narrow path. If they really obtain some treasure, we must take this opportunity to wipe them all out." Heaven End King said gloomily. His hatred for Ling Xiao and 9 Defiance hadn't weakened at all. Uffed. At that moment, Falling Moon finally pierced Fire Cloud Emperor's throat. The great Fire Cloud Emperor had fallen. This time, Fire Cloud Palace and Spectre Villa were completely defeated. They couldn't find Ling Xiao for revenge, and instead they were all killed. Even the Villa Lord and Palace Lord were killed. It was really tragic. After killing Fire Cloud Emperor, Falling Moon and the others focused their attention on the surrounding experts. No one noticed that the corpses of Fire Cloud Emperor and Spectre Emperor had disappeared, as if they had been dragged into the ground by something. We can't let them know that Ling Xiao obtained the 4,000-year-old Heaven Calamity Fruit Tree. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble. We'll definitely be the target of everyone's ire. Falling Moon transmitted her voice secretly. Even she knew very well that there couldn't be any mistakes this time, or they would all be wiped out. Just Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor, Lan Meima, and Heaven End King were enough to make her suffer, not to mention Dugu Xiong, who was stronger than the 3 of them. In addition, there were many first and second-level Life Seizers. They looked at those people, and those people looked at them. Some of them had mocking expressions on their faces. Some people had greedy expressions. Some people simply had the mentality of watching a show. Since they were here, it would be a waste not to watch the show. I can't believe there are 9 Second Division Life Seizers. Since when were Second Division Life Seizers so common? Bai Fong said unhappily, "Stop complaining. Think of a way to break out. They definitely won't let us leave so easily." Falling Moon reminded, "Dugu Xiong is the strongest, and with Heaven End King, we can't go to Sword God Hall. It's a dead end. Lan Meima and Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor are also troublesome. We can't afford to offend them. The remaining 5 guys aren't easy to deal with either. The Earth Emperor's aura is the weakest. Why don't we break through from him?" Ling Xiao suggested. The Earth Emperor's battle prowess is indeed lacking, but that fellow has an extremely terrifying ability to burrow into the ground. It's impossible to guard against him. Falling Moon said, "Earth burrowing technique. Don't worry, just leave it to me." Ling Xiao smiled. 9 Second Division Life Seizers surrounded Yang Qi and Bai Xiaochun in the inner circle, while the outer circle consisted of First Division Life Seizers. Therefore, if they wanted to break out of the encirclement, they had to create an opening. In a moment, Sister Yenyue pretend to attack Emperor Song. But remember, it's just a feint. I'll suddenly attack and repel the Earth Emperor. After that, we'll escape. It's very troublesome to be surrounded now. Although Ling Xiao was confident, he also understood that the current situation was definitely not a good time to meet force with force. He had to find a way to get out of the encirclement first. All right, I'll listen to you. Ling Xiao's recent performance had been so dazzling that he was gradually becoming their backbone. Even the Bai Fong and Falling Moon were willing to listen to Ling Xiao. Just as they were coming up with a plan to escape, Lan Mei Devil looked coldly at Falling Moon and said, "Let me guess. This is a place where spirit trees and spirit grasses flourish. Empress Spectre and Empress Flame Cloud didn't attack you just for revenge. They probably wanted to steal your treasures. For them to be so greedy that they even tried to steal your treasures, the spirit trees you got must be at least 4,000 years old. Am I right?" Sometimes, Yang Qi had to admire Lan Mei Devil. Her brain was really good, and she was actually able to guess the truth of the matter. Too bad those two idiots underestimated you, and ended up being killed by you. If you want revenge, Lan Mei Devil, just talk about it. Don't talk nonsense. Falling Moon sneered. Humph, I do want revenge, but the treasures belong to the strong. I don't care what treasures you got. You'd better stay behind. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving alive today. Lan Mei Devil snorted. Although the leader of the Nine Defiants was very powerful, that leader had never come to the Sword Dynasty. He had always been active in other Nine Supremes' forces. Therefore, she was not worried that there was anything wrong with her snatching the treasures. Moreover, as long as she killed Ling Xiao, the rest could be let go. She did not believe that the leader of the Nine Defiants would find trouble with her for a Ling Xiao. What a joke! Do you think we have treasures just because you say so? Bai Fong sneered. Hee, that's simple. Take out all your storage rings. If you don't have them, I'll return them to you. Tianjue King sneered. This guy was obviously in cahoots with Lan Mei Devil. Naturally, he would not let Ling Xiao and the rest off so easily. That's right. Take out all the things in your storage rings. Only then can you prove your innocence. If you want to leave, you must hand over the treasures. There's no other way. No matter what the treasures were, these people had gone through hardships after entering the forbidden area. No one wanted to leave empty-handed. Even if there was the slightest possibility, they had to take the treasures. Moreover, even if Yin Yu and the rest did not get any treasures here, there must be something good in their storage rings. They could take the opportunity to take it away. What nonsense are you talking about? If you don't get lost, kill. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on these people because he could tell that these people were simply trying to take advantage of this opportunity to plunder their wealth. It was the same whether there were treasures or not. I have treasures on me. It's the Ice Supreme Catalog. Come and take it if you have the ability. Kid, even Yin Yu doesn't dare to talk to us like this. Do you really want to become the target of public criticism? The Earth Emperor said eerily. He had no enmity with Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao was also on the wanted list with a bounty of 20 million mid-grade spiritual stones. This was also a huge temptation. Killing the people of the Nine Defiants might attract the pursuit of the leader. However, it didn't matter if he killed Ling Xiao. Old bastard, you'll be the first to die later, Ling Xiao said as he walked toward the Earth Emperor. When these people came, they did not see him break through, so they thought he was at the peak of the 18th level of hell. They did not take him seriously at all. Tianjue King and Lan Mimi were also happy to see Ling Xiao court death. It was not a bad idea to let the Earth Emperor send him off. Little thing, you're courting death. When had the Earth Emperor been looked down upon like this? If it was Yen Yu, he would still be afraid. But a little guy at the peak of the 18th level of hell dared to talk nonsense to him. I dare you to say that again. He glared at Ling Xiao fiercely and said angrily, I said get lost. Old bastard. Ling Xiao mocked. Die. The Earth Emperor was about to explode. He charged toward Ling Xiao in anger. At this moment, Yan Yu suddenly charged toward Emperor Tsongtsong. Emperor Tsongtsong, be careful. Those guys want to break through from your side. Chapter 31:25. When Emperor Tsongtsong saw Falling Moon charging at him, he couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Although their cultivation bases were similar in terms of strength, he was much weaker than Falling Moon. Damn it! I can't believe they used the Earth Emperor as a ruse. These bastards are too cunning. Lan Mei Devil and King Tianjue would never allow Ling Xiao and the others to escape. In that instant, they both pounced on Falling Moon. As long as they could stop Falling Moon, Ling Xiao and the others wouldn't be able to escape. Everything is going well. Ling Xiao saw that the plan was going smoothly and that everyone's attention was on Falling Moon. Suddenly, he punched out at the Earth Emperor. His fist contained the power of the earth, and he activated the Xuanwu God body. The Earth Emperor's ability to burrow into the ground was completely sealed. The Earth Emperor had been charging at Ling Xiao, but he had been distracted by the situation on the other side and had stopped midway. When he saw Ling Xiao attacking, he didn't think much of it. However, as soon as the fist made contact with his arms, he knew he had made a huge mistake. His arms felt like they had hit a mountain, and his bones began to crack. Terrified, he tried to burrow into the ground and flee. However, the ground didn't listen to his commands, as if it had been sealed. Ling Xiao's fist landed squarely on the Earth Emperor's head, and a terrifying explosion rang out. The Earth Emperor's short body was sent sprawling onto the ground, several of his bones broken. He couldn't even stand up. As the Earth Emperor was sprawled on the ground, the Baifeng's attack arrived. The First Division Life Seizers behind the Earth Emperor fled in panic, tearing a hole in their encirclement. When they saw Falling Moon turn back, they realized they had been tricked. What a cunning kid. I can't believe he actually beat the Earth Emperor. That's a Second Division Life Sizer. Don't tell me he broke through again? King Tianjue and Lan Mei Devil looked very grim. They had repeatedly attacked Ling Xiao, but had failed to kill him. Now that Ling Xiao had grown to such a terrifying level, it would be difficult to control him in the future. You guys go first. Ling Xiao did not escape first. He stopped and let the Baifeng and the others go first. In any case, with his current strength, coupled with the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique and the Cosmic Light Tiger Beast soul transformation, no one could stop him if he wanted to escape. These were all experts. In an instant, they were hundreds of meters away. It was as if they had teleported. Where do you think you're going? Tianjue Monarch and Lan Mimi knew very well that perhaps this trip to the Forbidden Land was the best opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. If he really missed this opportunity, he would never have another chance. He was afraid that if he met Ling Xiao in the future, he would be afraid. The Heaven End King raised his right hand, and a sword light pierced through the sky. The thick sword light was not looking for anyone else but Ling Xiao. If others had escaped, he could still slowly chase after them. Anyway, his talent wasn't as abnormal as Ling Xiao's. Crescent cross / Falling Moon was not in a hurry to leave. She couldn't abandon Ling Xiao and run for her life alone. At this moment, seeing Tianjue King's attack, he also stabbed out with his sword. The cross-shaped sword chi flickered with the light of the moon and collided with Tianjue King's sword light. The two sword lights exploded in the void at the same time. Humph, demon-killing fist. Although Falling Moon blocked Tianjue Monarch's attack, Lan Mimi, who was as powerful as Tianjue Monarch, attacked again. In the void, a huge fist suddenly appeared. The fist was incomparably black and contained a terrifying and tyrannical power. It smashed fiercely towards Ling Xiao's head. Go! Ling Xiao pushed onto Yenyu's body, throwing Yenyu out. Facing the incomparably terrifying devil-killing fist, he also punched out. A violent sandstorm swept up crazily. In the void, a huge fist mark, completely formed by sand and stone, appeared. It collided with the demon-killing fist. The aftermath of the impact blasted the surroundings into a mess. Many first-tier life seizers couldn't control their balance and fell to the ground. I can finally take this guy's attack head-on. Ling Xiao was extremely excited. Previously, when he met Lan Mimi, he relied on using hostages to make her hesitate. It was really not satisfying. This time, he blasted Lan Mimi's attack head-on. Naturally, Ling Xiao was very happy. However, he didn't dare to stay here for long. He instantly transformed into the cosmic light tiger beast soul. Goodbye, everyone. Earth Elemental Golden Light Technique. In the cosmic light tiger form, Ling Xiao used the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in front of everyone. This kid, Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix, looked in the direction Ling Xiao escaped in surprise. He knew how powerful Lan Mimi's attack was because the two of them had fought before. In any case, he didn't expect Ling Xiao to be able to escape unscathed. Father, he seems to have broken through. Trembling, Jin Foming said, but how come he's only in the first division of life seizing, and yet he's already strong enough to fight a second division life sizer? Laughing heartily, Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix said, looks like your little sister really picked up a treasure this time. If you ever see this kid again, do your best to help him. After all, he's my future son-in-law. Laughing heartily, Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix turned and left. Now that the show was over, there was no need to stay any longer. Of course, he was happy, but the others weren't, especially King Heavenend and Lan Mimi. Not only had they let go of the perfect opportunity to kill Ling Xiao, they had also let him take the treasure away. It was a complete loss of face. The Earth Emperor, who had been beaten until he was lying on the ground, finally stood up. His eyes were filled with terrifying hatred. Ling Xiao was too fast, and he was already far away. It was impossible to chase him now, so they had to find another opportunity. So that's Ling Xiao, huh? He really is strong. In terms of talent, I can't match up to him. But he has to die. Duge Xiong said coldly. He was now stronger than Ling Xiao. As the son of the sword body, he had the responsibility to protect the glory of the Sword God Hall. Since Ling Xiao wanted to become enemies with the Sword God Hall, he definitely couldn't let Ling Xiao go. Damn it, I'm going to kill that kid. The Earth Emperor roared with a ferocious expression on his face. He was depressed. Even if Ling Xiao had broken through to the first level of the life-seizing realm as a second-level life-sizer, he was actually beaten to the ground by a first-level life-sizer. This kind of humiliation was simply driving him crazy. Earth Emperor, you'd better go back to farming. You can't even stop a brat. Trash. King Heavenend looked at the Earth Emperor with disdain. Because Ling Xiao had escaped, he wasn't in a good mood. Therefore, he hated the Earth Emperor as well. Heavenend King, don't go too far. Didn't you also fail to stop that kid? The Earth Emperor was already a good-for-nothing, and now he was humiliated by King Heavenend. He was a second-level life-sizer, after all. At this moment, he was furious and a little out of control. Trash is trash. How dare you be angry? King Heavenend said disdainfully, damn it, don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you're one of the 5 emperors of the Sword God Hall. Chapter 31:26. The Earth Emperor had completely lost his mind. being humiliated like this in front of his face, he had nowhere to put his old face. Therefore, he directly launched an attack, not realizing that Tianju King was much stronger than him. He roared, and the rocks on the ground flew up one after another. Then they turned into meteors wrapped in his battle intent and vital essence, and blasted towards Tianju King. "Trash, you're courting death." Tianju King snorted disdainfully and casually stabbed out with his sword. The terrifying sword light easily shattered those rocks, and a sword light directly pierced through the Earth Emperor's body. Only then did the Earth Emperor know fear and hurriedly chose to escape. "Tianju King, I'm irreconcilable with you. You'd better be careful in this trip to the Forbidden Grounds. As long as there's a chance, I'll definitely kill you." The Earth Emperor's roar came from afar. He wasn't a match for Tianju King, but if he chose to launch a sneak attack, it would really bring a lot of trouble to Tianju King and Heavenly Sword Hall. Humph, trash who only knows how to shout. Tianju King didn't care about the Earth Emperor's roar at all. Instead, he looked at Dugu Xiong and prepared to receive the next order. In the dense forest dozens of miles away, Ling Xiao had already caught up with Yen Yu and the others. Everyone had hidden their vital essence, so it was basically impossible to be discovered. If Ling Xiao didn't have the Tai Chi eye, he would have missed it. "Are you all right, Ling Xiao?" Seeing Ling Xiao appear, Yen Yu hurriedly went forward and asked. Just now, Ling Xiao stayed behind to bring up the rear and let them go first. This courage really made her admire him greatly. "I'm fine." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "In terms of strength, I might not be the strongest in this Forbidden Grounds. But in terms of escaping ability, if I say I'm second, no one here dares to say they're first. It's good that you're fine. If anything happened to you, we'd have to feel guilty for the rest of our lives." Bai Fong smiled bitterly. Back then, they were the ones who saved Ling Xiao, but now it was Ling Xiao who was protecting them. Less than half a month had passed since then. Ling Xiao's cultivation speed was almost on par with the flying speed of a flying sword. The relationship between people was slowly built up through the joys and sorrows of each other. In the past, Ling Xiao was more like an outsider who was respected. But now, he had already gotten along well with these people and could be considered as true companions. Since everyone is fine, I'll talk about our next move. Our ultimate goal should be the Ice Venerable's tomb in the Forbidden Area. The Ice Venerable catalog should be there. It even included some other treasures. However, we must be even more careful in the following operations. We must not be surrounded again. We were lucky this time, but we won't be so lucky next time. Falling Moon reminded. Everyone knew very well that this time they had taken advantage of the other party's underestimation of their enemy. If all of the 2nd Division Life Seizers attacked them at the same time, none of them would be able to escape unscathed. "Let's go." After resting for a while, the group continued onward. They had only walked for about 10 minutes when a terrifying sea of poison suddenly appeared in front of them. The color of the sea was crimson. The waves were hundreds of meters high, crashing against the sky. Flying demonlings flew by, only to be instantly dissolved by the waves. What a terrifying poison. Even a 1st Division Life Sizer would have a hard time dealing with it. Unsightly expressions could be seen on their faces. The sea of poison was huge, and yet they couldn't pass through it directly. They would have to find a way around it. "There's someone in the sea," Chang Qingqing exclaimed. As an archer, her eyesight was second only to Ling Xiao's, and therefore she was able to see what was happening. Impossible. Even a 2nd Division Life Sizer wouldn't last long in that sea of poison. No one would be crazy enough to swim through it. Falling Moon smiled and shook her head. However, she still looked in the direction Chang Qingqing was pointing. Ling Xiao also looked in that direction. The crimson sea of poison was surging wave after wave. However, there was actually a tiny figure within the sea of poison. Compared to the boundless sea, it was like a drop of water in the ocean. And yet, this person didn't seem to fear the sea of poison at all. Instead, he calmly swam through it, moving with incredible speed. His body had already turned crimson, and yet he didn't seem to have dissolved at all. He was clearly using the sea of poison to cultivate. Who is that guy? How could he be so strong? Ling Xiao asked, completely shocked. Even with his 9-snake general transformation, he wouldn't dare to cross the sea of poison so easily. This person was a complete freak. Furthermore, when 2nd Division Life Seizers entered the sea of poison, they would need to use the true energy of heavenly tribulation to create a protective barrier that would prevent the poison from entering their bodies. But this person was different. He didn't seem to have any true energy at all. He was simply using his fleshly body to cross the sea of poison. I should have guessed. That's the great sage of poison. He's at the peak of the 3rd Division life-seizing level. He was once a sword sage from Sword God Hall. He's the younger brother of His Majesty the Sword God. Falling Moon frowned. Once. So, he's not a sword sage from Sword God Hall anymore? Ling Xiao asked. Yeah, I heard that the great sage of poison lost the battle with Dugu Shengjian for the position of Sword God Hall's sect lord. That's why he left Sword God Hall and became a free man. Falling Moon nodded. By the way, remember this Dugu Shengjian. He's also the son of Sword God Dugu Batian. However, he's more talented and stronger than Dugu Xiong. Got it. Ling Xiao loved powerful experts. The more powerful experts there were, the easier it would be for him to achieve breakthroughs. The great sage of poison moved with incredible speed and soon disappeared into the sea of poison. Ling Xiao and the others retracted their gazes and obediently moved forward along the edge of the sea of poison. They couldn't fly, nor could they swim. They had no choice but to take a detour. Thankfully, they could take a detour. Otherwise, they would have to give up halfway. The forbidden area was huge, but the search area was shrinking. With Ling Xiao, who had the Taiji Eye leading the way, they were able to move much faster than the others. After bypassing the sea of poison, a towering mountain appeared in front of them. The mountain towered into the clouds, and they couldn't see the end of it. However, it completely blocked the path ahead. A dead end. Could it be that we have to pass through the sea of poison to find the real entrance to the tomb? When everyone saw that it was impossible to climb over the mountain, they were at a loss. Don't be afraid. Follow me. Ling Xiao smiled. As he activated the Taiji Eye, he flew directly toward the mountain. We bumped into it. Behind him, Bai Feng exclaimed. Ling Xiao acted as if he didn't hear it and continued forward. The moment his body came into contact with the mountain, he actually passed through it. The people behind him were shocked. They followed suit and passed through the towering mountain. This is a trick commonly used in formations. It's a combination of illusion and reality. Part of the mountain is illusory. Without special ocular techniques, it's impossible to see it. Chapter 31:27. So this is actually a passageway. Looks like we didn't wait in vain. When Ling Xiao and the others passed through the enormous mountain range, a figure emerged from the ground. It was the Earth Emperor. At this moment, the Earth Emperor's injuries were mostly healed. He coldly stared in the direction of the passageway. Ling Xiao, it's all because of you that I was humiliated and attacked. I will definitely kill you. He roared with incomparable rage and savagery, and then passed through the mountain range. At this moment, Ling Xiao and the others had already stepped into another world. Compared to the world of ice and snow or the sea of poison, This place was even more sinister, like hell. All the plants were pitch black, as though they had been corroded by darkness energy. Everyone, be careful. There's something wrong with this forest. Ling Zhao's soul energy was the strongest, and his perception was also the strongest. Even though they hadn't encountered any danger yet, the unsettling aura constantly emanating from the surroundings still caused him to be extremely worried. Ah! Suddenly, from a place not too far away from them, a shrill scream rang out, causing their hearts to tremble. "Save me!" No. The screams continued without end. Everyone became extremely nervous. "What's going on?" The Baifeng frowned. "The plants here are all strange." Ling Xiao used the Taiji eye to look in the direction of the screams. There were actually 4 or 5 sword, king-level martial artists who had luckily arrived here, who had been killed. There was even a sword, emperor-level martial artist who had been tragically killed. The culprits were actually the plants here. Those pitch-black trees suddenly grew eyes and mouths, revealing savage expressions. They used their roots and vines to bind those martial artists, and then sucked their blood dry. There were also some flowers that suddenly opened their stamens like giant bloody mouths, directly swallowing the martial artists. When they were spat out, only bones were left. Even more terrifying were some black, broad-leaved grasses. The grasses were like sharp blades, easily piercing through the bodies of martial artists. It was impossible to defend against. I don't think all plants are like this. Follow me closely. We'll avoid these unnecessary battles. Ling Xiao kept the Tai Chi eye open. This place was too dangerous. Even if it was them, if they were not careful, they would probably die here. After walking for a while, several cultivators suddenly sprang out of the thicket and ran towards Ling Xiao and the others. They thought that these guys were here to attack them. However, when these people were less than 50 meters away from them, they were suddenly entangled by roots that reached out from the ground. Then, in the midst of shrill screams, all signs of life disappeared. Everyone became human jerks. These vines and roots did not leave after absorbing the life force of these people. Instead, they rushed towards Ling Xiao and the others. "We're in trouble. We're being watched." Ling Xiao frowned and shook the demon dragon sword in his hand. Strange flame sword art, fire rain burst. A terrifying rain of fire was released, exploding between the countless roots and vines. The originally flying roots and vines were completely blown apart in an instant, and the air was filled with a charred smell. However, the flames could not burn for too long because the ground was very wet and the humidity in the forest was very high. Even the strange flame felt a little powerless in the face of such a humid forest with a terrifying evil aura. This is their home ground. Don't fight. Hurry up. Ling Xiao knew very well that even if they had resolved a crisis, this forest was the eyes of those monsters. They could attack again at any time. Once they were entangled, it would be troublesome. The others did not say a word. After destroying the surrounding roots and vines, they followed Ling Xiao and sped up. Ling Xiao had tried his best to avoid danger, but this was a forest. There were roots and vines everywhere. Moreover, these guys seemed to hate them for hurting their companions. Previously, there were only a few hundred roots and vines, but now they covered the sky like black clouds, not giving them a chance to escape. The few of them had no choice but to attack while speeding up. Fortunately, the attacks of these roots and vines were not very strong. As long as they were not entangled, they would not be in any danger. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew over. Ling Xiao observed a huge, strange flower in the distance. When the wind blew, a large amount of pollen was released from the flower. These pollen completely ignored their attacks and defenses. It came with the wind at an extremely fast speed. Dodge, it's hypnotic pollen. Ling Zhao's Tai Chi, I instantly analyzed the terror of the pollen. Now, they were being chased by roots and vines that covered the sky. If they were to faint, even if it was only for a few seconds, they would die without a burial ground. Hearing Ling Zhao's shout, the few of them reacted. Of course, Falling Moon was the fastest. In that instant, her body seemed to have transformed into a sword beam. In an instant, she moved a few hundred meters forward, avoiding the range of the pollen attack. Dragon Elephant roared and jumped up. Its huge body had terrifying strength. This jump was dozens of meters high, and it also avoided the pollen attack. Bai Fong wrapped its body in blood-colored flames and was calm. When the pollen approached the blood-colored flames, it was directly burned. Ba Dao directly hid in a huge block of ice. Not to mention the pollen, even those vines and roots could not do anything to him. The troublesome one was Chang Qingqing. Her strength was not enough in the end. Although she had already dodged with all her might, she still inhaled the pollen. Her body was instantly paralyzed, and she also fainted. Countless roots and vines wrapped around her, wrapping her up in an instant. Ching-ching. Bai Fong, Falling Moon, and Dragon Elephant practically pounced over at the same time, wanting to save Chang Qingqing. But it was still Ling Xiao who was the fastest. Under the cosmic light tiger beast soul transformation, he executed the demonic dragon phantom movement technique and directly knocked away those roots and vines. He grabbed the unconscious Chang Qingqing and threw her to Falling Moon. Then he transformed into the undying bird beast soul transformation. The terrifying undying bird flames violently exploded in the forest. All of you go to hell. Raging flames incinerate the heavens. Ling Xiao was really furious. This time, he directly used immortal fire. Although the deviant fire could not spread in this damp forest, immortal fire was a level higher. The terrifying flames instantly engulfed those countless roots and vines. Even the huge flower in the distance that released the hypnotic pollen was burned to ashes. Let's go. Ling Xiao simply flew forward in his undying bird beast soul transformation form, opening a path for everyone. He did not use this transformation originally because he was afraid of hurting the undying bird Bai Fong's pride. After all, his undying bird beast soul transformation was much stronger than the Bai Fong. Finally, after passing through this dark forest, everyone arrived near a lake. Only then did they heave a sigh of relief. It's really infuriating to compare oneself to others. Younger brother Ling Xiao, you really opened my eyes today. What was that just now? Immortal fire? Chapter 31:28. You used an immortal fire just now. Bai Fong asked in amazement. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and nodded. So it really is an immortal fire. Why didn't you use it earlier? Bai Fong asked in confusion. I know. He's afraid that your self-esteem will be hurt. What a considerate child. Ba Dao smiled. My self-esteem is really hurt. This time, we've been saved by Ling Xiao again. Bai Fong smiled bitterly. We're just helping each other. Without you guys, I wouldn't have been able to escape from the encirclement. Ling Xiao said with a smile. He wasn't being polite. If he was alone, he wouldn't have been able to create a diversion. Even if he could escape in the end, he would probably be seriously injured. All right, we're all good brothers and sisters. Let's not be polite and continue forward. I can feel that we're getting closer and closer to Ice Venerable's tomb. Yenyu smiled. She really felt very fortunate to have a friend like Ling Xiao. However, there were some things that were meaningless to say. She told herself in her heart that if Ling Xiao encountered any trouble in the future, she would help even if it meant risking her life. That little rascal isn't deliberately tricking me, right? Why are there so many monsters? The Earth Emperor was extremely depressed. He had been following Ling Xiao and the others, but he didn't dare to get too close because he was afraid of being discovered. However, when Ling Xiao and the others broke through and left, those roots and vines seemed to have transferred all their anger to him. Countless roots and vines constantly attacked him. He could only desperately use the nearby ground and rocks to dodge. Even so, he was in a sorry state. After all, there were roots underground. If he hadn't coincidentally escaped underground, he would have been knocked out by the hypnotic pollen. After finally leaving the dangerous area with a body full of injuries, the Earth Emperor's hatred for Ling Xiao grew even stronger. In his opinion, all of this was Ling Xiao's fault. Not long after the Earth Emperor left, an angry voice came from the depths of the forest. Trash! What a bunch of trash! A human figure stepped out from the dark forest. The strange thing was that this person did not have the aura of a human. Instead, he had the aura of nature, like a plant. The roots and vines all stopped attacking and hung there as if they were very afraid of this existence. Because he was the king of the dark forest. It was the Black Forest Emperor. All this time, he had been cultivating in his lair. He relied on the vitality devoured by the dark forest to continuously strengthen himself. However, in the past, the number of martial artists who entered the forbidden area was small and scattered. Basically, they couldn't step out of his dark forest. But this time, the situation was somewhat different. Quite a few groups of people had already escaped. Although a few of them had survived, the Black Forest Emperor could not accept that. That was why he was prepared to do it himself. In the distance, a dozen figures were shuttling through the dark forest. The Black Forest Emperor ordered his subordinates not to attack. Soon, the dozen figures arrived near the Black Forest Emperor. The Black Forest Emperor suddenly transformed from his human form into a ferocious giant tree. His appearance was extremely strange and terrifying. Innumerable vines blotted out the sky as they shot toward the dozen or so figures. These were no ordinary vines. They were far more powerful than the attacks of his subordinates. Watch out! It's an ambush! Shockingly, one of the dozen or so figures was a second division life-sizer. Sensing the danger, he unleashed a fist strike in an attempt to shatter the vines. His fist strike shattered the vines, but in the blink of an eye, they grew back almost as if they were indestructible. At the same time, the weaker martial artists behind him were all wrapped up in vines. Miserable shrieks rang out. Their life force was being sucked dry. Ha ha ha! The Black Forest Emperor laughed maniacally. Run! The second division life-sizer shouted. Seeing that the situation was bad, he turned and fled. Even if he didn't want the treasures, he didn't want to die. Although the Black Forest Emperor was also a second division life-sizer, the second division life-sizer could sense that there was a huge gap between them. If he tried to fight him head-on, he would definitely meet his end. Running won't do you any good, the Black Forest Emperor said, chuckling viciously. Then he stretched out his arm and smashed it into the second division life-sizer's head. In the blink of an eye, the second division life-sizer was reduced to a bloody pulp. His life force was sucked into the Black Forest Emperor's body. Ha 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 ha! Delicious! Absolutely delicious! What was that sound? Emperor Song said, frowning as he entered the dark forest. Behind him, 3 more people appeared. One of them was someone he recognized. It was Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix Cry, and 3 other First Division life-seizers from the Gold Phoenix Sword Palace. The others were nowhere to be seen. It was impossible to tell if they were dead or if they had returned. As for the third person, Emperor Song didn't recognize him. He seemed to be from the dragon-esque Mammoth tribe. Mammoth Barbarian. I can't believe you're here for the dragon-esque mammoths. Are you? Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix asked, looking at the dragonesque mammoth tribe expert. So what if I am? And so what if I'm not? Mammoth Barbarian said coldly. Nothing. But I heard that you've already pledged allegiance to the Dugabayjian. Are you planning to split the dragonesque mammoth tribe? Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix said with a smile. That's none of your business, Mammoth Barbarian said, his expression as cold as ever. If it's none of your business, then so be it. I just wanted to remind you that the dragonesque mammoths aren't necessarily weaker than you right now if you show your loyalty to the sword god and kill the successor of the dragonesque mammoth tribe. You'll be the one to die. Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix liked Ling Xiao, and therefore had a good impression of Ling Xiao's friends. Humph, you're exaggerating, aren't you? Mammoth Barbarian snorted coldly. Your cultivation base is only SOSO. Do you believe me when I say I'll blow your head off right now? You have a death wish, Gold Phoenix Cry said disdainfully. You think you have the right to speak here, boy? Not even your father would dare to talk to me like that. Mammoth Barbarian roared. Father, I just had a breakthrough, and I need someone to spar with. Why don't you let me have some fun with him? Jin Fengming looked at Sword Monarch Gold Phoenix and asked. Even though the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace had suffered heavy losses, they had also reaped some benefits. Jin Fengming had come across some good fortune, and was now in the second division of the life-seizing level. The Golden Phoenix Sword Palace already had 2 Sword Emperors. He wanted to use Barbarian Elephant as a sparring partner. Sure, just be careful. The Gold Phoenix Sword Monarch seemed to trust his son. He smiled and didn't intend to interfere. You're courting death. Mighty Dragon Elephant Stomp. Barbarian Elephant's muscles tightened as he roared, and a terrifying power erupted from his body. The dragonesque elephant clan was tall. Although they were not giants, adults could reach a height of 4 to 5 meters. His thick, elephant-like legs stomped towards Jin Fengming, intending to stomp Jin Fengming into meat paste. Sword of Curse. Chapter 30:129. The Sword of Hex was resisting the Dragon Mammoth Stomp. Jin Fengming wanted to prove that he wasn't any weaker than Ling Xiao. After all, his father had been talking about how strong Ling Xiao was and how talented he was. Although Jin Fengming didn't say anything, inwardly he was very unhappy. Now that he had broken through, he wanted to prove that he could defeat a first cycle life-sizer. Rumble! The Sword of Hex slammed into Barbarian Mammoth's foot, causing the air to explode. Barbarian Mammoth was nearly sent flying, but Jin Fengming didn't even flinch. See, father, my talent is the best. I'm stronger than Empress Lan and Mei Chun. Jin Fengming was cheering inwardly. Looking over at Barbarian Mammoth, his expression flickered with disdain. I can't believe you dare to talk back to my father with this level of strength. What did you just say? Enraged, Barbarian Mammoth suddenly transformed into his Dragon Mammoth transformation. Not only did he grow larger, but his strength also skyrocketed. 2 streams of white gas came out of his nostrils. Like blazing magma, they melted the nearby trees. His muscles bulged, and his enormous eyes glared viciously at Jin Fengming, radiating an aura as terrifying as that of a wild beast. How dare you look down on the dragon mammoths? Are you looking to die? Barbarian Mammoth's tusks were like razor-sharp blades as he stabbed toward Jin Fengming. Even space itself was being ripped apart, and Jin Fengming couldn't even stand up straight. His face was ashen as a sheet. There was no way he could possibly defend against an attack like this. Although he had broken through, how could Barbarian Mammoth be so strong? Despite having the same cultivation base, Jin Fengming felt like he couldn't defeat him. Let's call it a day, Barbarian Mammoth. You're an elder, so there's no need to bicker with a junior. Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix's voice rang out. The truth was that he had agreed to let Jin Fengming fight Barbarian Mammoth because he wanted his son to understand that breaking through to the second division of the life-seizing level didn't mean he could be proud of himself. Why should I listen to you? Barbarian Mammoth said. How could he possibly be willing to give up? Two pairs of tusks stabbed towards Jin Fengming, wanting to pierce through his body. Looks like you want to die. Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor frowned and waved his right hand. A sword light pierced through the sky. What followed was a pained shriek from Xiang Man. One of his ears had been cut off by the sword light, and his attack had been easily blocked. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. After Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor entered the forbidden grounds, he didn't fight. He let his son, Jin Fengming, and the other subordinates fight. At most, he would provide assistance in times of crisis. In the end, some people really didn't know how powerful he was. Other than the Poison Great Saint, the strongest people in the Forbidden Grounds were probably the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor and Dugu Xiong. Even Lan Meima and Tianju King were inferior to him. It was just that Gold Phoenix Sword Monarch kept a low profile, which was why the outside world thought that he was as famous as Heaven Extreme Monarch and Beautiful Devil Orchid. Emperor Tsangtsong's expression kept changing as he watched from the side. Although he was also a second division life-sizer, compared to these people, he was still a far cry from them. Even Jin Fengming was clearly stronger than him. He was truly worried that Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor or Xiang Man would take it out on him. I never would have guessed that you were this strong. I was too arrogant. Xiang Man looked at Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor, his eyes shining with terror. If Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor had wanted to kill him, it would have been very easy. All right, let's go. This dark forest is not to be trifled with. The Golden Phoenix Sword Monarch didn't waste any time with them. He soared into the sky and advanced forward. The people behind him all followed. Emperor Tsangtsong didn't dare to fall behind. After all, he had already sensed how terrifying the dark forest was. If he followed Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor, his chances of survival would be much higher. I never would have guessed that Senior Ice's tomb would be under this lake. After searching for a long time, Ling Xiao finally found the real entrance to the Ice Venerable's grave. Is it safe down there? Falling Moon asked. This lake is very strange. The top is water, but the bottom is ice. And the ice is very strange. Even if it's broken, it'll heal in a moment. Therefore, those who don't have enough strength to break the ice can't enter Senior Ice's tomb. Ling Xiao replied. Also, I have a feeling that we're being watched by someone in this lake, but I can't pinpoint the exact aura. No matter what, since we're already here, we can't go back empty-handed. Ching, why don't you stay here first? We'll pick you up when we go back. Falling Moon had already realized the problem. As they went deeper, the obstacles they encountered became stronger. With Chongqing's strength, she couldn't handle it at all. There's no need for that. My beast ring has been modified. It can hide people. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Let Sister Qingqing hide in my beast ring. Otherwise, I won't be at ease if she stays outside. All right. Chongqing knew that he was being nice to her, so she didn't object. After putting Chongqing into the storage ring, Falling Moon, Ling Xiao, Bai Feng, Dragon Elephant, and Ba Dao dived into the lake. After only 5 or 6 meters, they ran into trouble. Unexpectedly, there was a water elemental monster in the lake. Water elemental spirits. Unexpectedly, they were all in the first division of the life-seizing level. Ling Xiao and the others weren't careless. Despite encountering such powerful monsters, they still managed to kill a few. However, the water elemental spirits were backed by the queen of the water elemental spirits. She was even more terrifying than the Black Forest Emperor. She was virtually invincible in the lake. Although the 5 of them were able to destroy the queen of the water elemental spirits dozens of times, every time she died, she would come back to life. It was almost as if she had an undying body. There's no need to waste time, Falling Moon said. Her true body is probably hidden somewhere in the lake. She'll just exhaust our internal energy and kill us. Ling Xiao could see that the situation wasn't looking good. Sister Falling Moon, you guys go on ahead. I'll hold her back. I can't let you bring up the rear every time. Falling Moon shook her head. Cut the crap, Yang Qi said. I'm not bringing up the rear, just for you guys. If I want to continue making breakthroughs, I have to fight strong opponents. This queen of the water elemental spirits isn't bad. Ling Xiao said domineeringly. Falling Moon, let's go. Ling Xiao is right. Besides, when it comes to running away, you're not as good as him. Bai Fong smiled bitterly. You have to come back safely. Falling Moon gave Ling Xiao a look, and then left with the other 3. Want to run? In your dreams. You'll all die here and become my nutrients. The queen of the water elemental spirits laughed disdainfully. Chapter 31:30. You dare to be distracted while fighting me? I think you really want to die. In a flash, Ling Xiao appeared in front of the queen of water elements. His body had already entered the beast soul transformation state of the frost dragon. Bone-chilling cold air was released from his body, and the surrounding water was quickly frozen into ice. Even the huge arm of the queen of water elements was frozen, unable to move. Falling Moon looked back, gritted her teeth, and continued to move forward. Ling Xiao, this brat, had really given them too big of a surprise. Boy, you are quite noble. You are willing to sacrifice yourself to let them go, but it's useless. After I kill you, it won't be too late for me to kill them. The voice of the queen of water elements sounded in the lake, but it was impossible to determine where it came from. Ling Xiao's taiji, I couldn't even capture the real aura of this guy. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a difficult situation. He would definitely join forces with Falling Moon and the others to kill this guy. I don't intend to sacrifice myself. Ling Xiao chuckled and said, I just stayed to perform better. What a joke. I'll make sure you're done for, you arrogant brat. Boom. All of a sudden, the entire lake began to sway. Then, countless water columns like waterspouts formed in the lake and then rushed toward Ling Xiao. Dozens of waterspouts, and all of them were waterspouts in the lake. A shark in the first tier of the life-seizing realm that was touched by the waterspouts was instantly turned into a pile of flesh and blood. Dead. It was enough to show how terrible the power of this thing was. However, Ling Xiao just chuckled. The frost dragon flapped its huge wings, and an even more terrible cold air was released. Again, all the waterspouts were frozen when they were more than 10 meters away from Ling Xiao. Queen of Water Elements, ha, with your strength, you can't kill me. Ling Xiao sneered. You are nothing more than a coward, hiding in the dark to control the lake to attack. I can't kill you, and you can't kill me. You can only watch us enter Senior Ice's tomb. If I'm not wrong, you won't be able to do anything once we reach the interior of the ice layer, right? In a dark corner, the Queen of Water Elements looked gloomy. Ling Xiao's words had hit his sore spot. Even he had to admit that Ling Xiao was right. But how could he tolerate a human mocking him? I can't kill you? You don't know my true strength. The Queen of Water Elements suddenly stopped attacking. Then she exploded and turned into lake water. A moment later, a blue figure suddenly emerged from the lake. His speed was extremely fast. Isn't it easy to die? I'll fulfill your wish. This blue figure was extremely fast. Although it was very small in size, its attack power was much greater than before. Ling Xiao hastily responded to the enemy and could only hastily block. Rumble! A terrifying explosion was heard. Ling Xiao was sent flying hundreds of meters away by the punch of the Queen of Water Elements. His protective Zhen Yuan was completely shattered. Even the black, tortoise divine physique was broken. Ling Xiao even felt that his ribs were cracked. Of course, the benefits of this blow were not small. After he reached the first tier of life seizing, the energy in his sea of cultivation finally increased by 10%. Puff! After killing a demon shark, Ling Xiao spat out a lot of blood. The Queen of Water Elements was not bragging. She was definitely one of the strongest experts in the second tier of life seizing. Perhaps she was only slightly weaker than Duge Xiong. She was slightly stronger than Tianjue King and Lan Meima. Before, Ling Xiao could suppress the Queen of Water Elements in the form of the Ice Blast Dragon Beast Soul. However, at this moment, the strength of the Queen of Water Elements skyrocketed. Ling Xiao was no longer her opponent, at least not in this state. Are you afraid? Human! The Queen of Water Elements did not chase. Instead, she stood 100 meters away from Ling Xiao. Her body was less than 2 meters tall. Her whole body was blue, like sapphire. Although she did not feel as domineering as before, her power was more condensed. This is your real body, right? Ling Xiao looked at the Queen of Water Elements and said, "You have good eyesight and know how to stall for time. But don't worry, I will let you recover before killing you, because now you are just a toy for me to play with." The Queen of Water Elements showed her true body. She did not take Ling Xiao seriously at all. Since she could kill Ling Xiao at any time, she might as well torture this guy. You were fooled. Ling Xiao's mouth raised a sarcastic smile. If you hide forever and only use the lake to attack me, I may not be able to do anything to you. But you foolishly showed your true body. Although this true body can make you stronger, several times stronger than before. But unfortunately, you can't not die. Ha 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 ha, fooled! What an idiot! You are right. I can't not die now. But what do you think you can do to me with your strength? The Queen of Water Elements laughed and said, I want to kill you, and I can kill you at any time. But it is impossible for you to kill me. She did not believe that Ling Xiao could hurt her at all. After all, she was nearly 10 times stronger than an ordinary warrior in the second level of the first turn life-seizing realm. Ling Xiao was just in the first level of the first turn life-seizing realm. It would be a miracle if he could hurt her. You don't believe me when I say you are stupid, but you are lucky to see my true power. Ling Xiao sneered and released the boundary martial spirit first. He trapped himself with the Queen of Water Elements. In this way, it was impossible for the Queen of Water Elements to escape, unless she killed him. Moreover, if he released the tyrannical martial spirit in the boundary martial spirit, it would never be discovered by others. This spirit formation, martial spirit, had been extremely useful ever since he had obtained it. Behind Ling Xiao, the tyrannical martial spirit finally appeared. The dark universe was vast and boundless, revealing the aura of ancient times. Powerful, domineering, ferocious, above everything else. At that moment, the Queen of Water Elements trembled. She could not understand how a little human warrior could release such a terrible aura. Do you understand now? It's not that I can't kill you, but there are some things that can't be easily shown. You are really unlucky. Ling Xiao was like an ancient god, standing there and looking down at the Queen of Water Elements indifferently. I admit defeat. As long as you don't kill me, I can give you something that you absolutely need. The Queen of Water Elements said, trembling. After all, this guy is just a demon. His spiritual cultivation is too poor. He can't be compared with human beings. When he felt the aura of the tyrannical martial spirit, he directly withered. He didn't even have the courage to fight. But it's fine. Even if I use the tyrannical martial spirit to kill him, it will consume a lot of heavenly tribulation true essence. It will be extremely disadvantageous for the next fight for the Ice Venerable Catalog. Chapter 31. Exquisite Catalog. You should want it very much, right? The Queen of Water Element said, exquisite catalog, one of the 9 Supremes' catalog. Why is it in your hands? Ling Xiao was shocked. This time, many people came to the Tianjue ancient ruins for the Ice Supremes' catalog. But who would have thought that the exquisite catalog would be in the hands of the Queen of Water Element? To tell you the truth, the Ice Supremes' Forbidden Land was originally mobile. In the past, it was within the sphere of influence of the Linglong Palace. An expert came here, but he died in my hands. He happened to have the exquisite catalog. The Queen of Water Element explained. So that's how it is. Give it to me. If it's true, I can spare your life. Ling Xiao was not a bloodthirsty person. As long as the Queen of Water Element was willing to let him go, then he certainly would not look for trouble. Thank you for not killing me, young hero. The Queen of Water Element took out the exquisite catalog and swam to Ling Xiao very respectfully. But suddenly, Ling Xiao made a move. Sky Tyrant Frost Dragon Breath. With the release of the Sky Tyrant Martial Spirit, the Frost Dragon Breath became extremely terrifying. In an instant, the surrounding water was completely frozen, and the creatures in the water could no longer move. Ling Xiao turned around and looked behind him. There was a gigantic demon shark with its mouth wide open, about to swallow him whole. I told you, hand over the thing obediently, and I can spare your life. I didn't expect you to join hands with the Demon Shark Emperor to try to kill me. Damn it. Ling Xiao's senses were very sharp. With his terrifying and powerful soul power, he instantly perceived the killing intent coming from behind him, as well as the cunning hidden in the eyes of the Queen of Water Element. Boom! The ice crystal shattered, and the Demon Shark Emperor's body shattered, leaving only a demon beast core, which was casually eaten by Ling Xiao. The energy of the demon beast core that was eaten naturally entered his cells and turned into potential, waiting to burst out in future battles. As for the Queen of Water Element, Ling Xiao did not kill her. After retrieving the exquisite catalog, Ling Xiao confirmed that it was real and couldn't help but feel delighted. Now, he already possessed the Demon Sovereign Catalog, Sword Sovereign Catalog, Exquisite Catalog, and Fire Sovereign Catalog. If he could obtain the Ice Supreme Catalog as well, he would have 5 of them. It would not be long before he could complete the 9 Supreme Catalog. The frozen Queen of Water Elements was thrown into the mountain river, whirled by Ling Xiao, ready to be transformed into a beast soul. In fact, the body of the Queen of Water Elements was also a kind of demonic beast. Its name was Canopy Beast. Legend has it that the Tianpeng Beast was originally a marine marshal of the Sacred Dynasty. Later on, because he was disrespectful to the princess of the Sacred Dynasty, he was punished to reincarnate. He was unlucky and reincarnated as a pig. However, they were more ferocious than ordinary pigs. Hence, it was named the Canopy Beast. Ling Xiao's position of Zhu Shen was still vacant. The Queen of Water Elements was not weak. It should be good to use her to fill the vacancy. After all, the Canopy Beast was good at water battles. Ling Xiao actually wanted to go to the Sea of Poison again. If he had the Canopy Beast Martial Soul and the 9-Snake General Beast Soul, he would be able to survive in the Sea of Poison. In that way, he should be able to greatly increase the level of the Nine-Snake General. The current Nine-Snake General was only in existence with the strength of 1 star and 18 levels of hell, although it could still increase Ling Xiao's combat strength by a small amount. However, as Ling Xiao's cultivation continued to increase, it would become less useful. If it was strengthened and leveled up, it could continue to be used in the future. After all, the Nine-Snake General could make Ling Xiao almost immune to poison. This was a very important characteristic. After killing the Queen of Water Elements, Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he prepared to transform the Canopy Beast into a beast soul first. With this thing, as long as he was not discovered in the water, he could be said to be immortal. As a result, there were more and more escape skills. Almost at the same time, the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor, Jin Fengming, and Xiang Man stepped out of the dark forest and came to the lake. Emperor Song had been killed in the battle with the Black Forest Emperor. One of the 3 sword emperors from the Gold Phoenix Sword Palace had also been killed. It had not been an easy battle. The Black Forest Emperor was even stronger than the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor. They had to fight and run all the way before they managed to escape. Jin Fengming couldn't help but think back to how Emperor Song had been sucked dry by the vines and tendrils. Ha ha ha, delicious! After killing Emperor Song, the Black Forest Emperor continued to grow stronger. To him, a 2nd Division life-sizer was a huge source of nourishment. It was at this point that someone else stepped into the dark forest. As long as they were in the forest, he would be able to detect them. Ha ha, another 2nd Division life-sizer, and a lone one at that. Looks like we're in for a treat. Chuckling coldly, the Black Forest Emperor appeared in front of the newcomer. Pathetic human, be a good boy and be sucked dry. Become my nourishment. The blood of you life-seizers really tastes good. Chuckling sinisterly, the Black Forest Emperor looked at the newcomer. A freak born in the forest. Huh? Whatever. Get out of my way. I'm here to see what's going on in Senior Ice's necropolis, not to kill. The human martial artist said coolly. Too bad you'll never make it through. Laughing madly, he sent countless tendrils bursting out of the ground and countless tendrils descending from the sky. Shockingly, they formed an inescapable net that completely sealed off the human martial artist's escape route. Pathetic bastard. The human martial artist sighed and unleashed a fist strike. It was a blood-red poison, just like the color of a sea of poison. In the blink of an eye, the tendrils and tendrils that formed the inescapable net shattered. Even the Black Forest Emperor didn't look human. Of course, he wasn't human to begin with. He was just in an even more sorry state. You're not a 2nd Division life-sizer. You're a 3rd Division life-sizer. Only now did the Black Forest Emperor realize how terrifying of a person he had provoked. Unfortunately for him, it was too late. As soon as the words left his mouth, the poison began to corrode him. They call me the Great Sage of Poisons. The Great Sage of Poisons chuckled. Ignoring whether or not the Black Forest Emperor was dead, he turned and left. None of the monsters in the forest dared to make a move against him. After all, he wasn't someone they could deal with. That was close. I was almost dead. Not long after the Great Sage of Poisons left, a mud-like object emerged from one of the trees. It was none other than the Black Forest Emperor's core. As long as it wasn't destroyed, he wouldn't die. Most likely, the Great Sage of Poisons didn't want to kill him. Just wait until I break through. Then I'll settle accounts with that bastard. The Black Forest Emperor needed a long time to recover from his previous state of cultivation. Just as he was preparing to flee, a pitch-black liquid wrapped around his core and swallowed him up. Ha ha ha! I made the right decision to come here. After I devour this bastard, I'll be at the peak of the second division life-seizing level. Let's see if you can survive this. Ling Xiao. Chapter 31-32. So many people. After Ling Xiao converted the canopy beast into his beast soul, he finally reached a depth of hundreds of meters below the ice. Although he was hundreds of meters below the ice, there seemed to be a special formation that lit up the area. As far as his eyes could see, there were at least 100 people. Among them, there were close to 30 second-tier life-seizers. Among them, there were 5 whose auras were no weaker than Dugu Xiong's. They were even more terrifying than King Tianjue and Lan Mei Devil. It seemed that he had seen too few experts before. He didn't expect the Sword Dynasty to be so full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Ling Xiao's arrival didn't cause too much of a stir. To the experts here, a first-tier life-sizer couldn't do anything, so they didn't care at all. However, when Ling Xiao met up with Falling Moon and the others, a few people frowned, because they realized that Ling Xiao was most likely one of 9 Defiance men. That would be a little troublesome. Boom! Suddenly, someone else came in. Ling Xiao turned around and saw a group of people from the Devil Dragon Sword Court. However, only Lan Mei Devil, Empress Lan Meichen, and the Devil Emperor were left. The Devil Dragon Sword Court had suffered a great loss. However, Lan Mei Devil's face was filled with an excited smile. Empress Lan Meichen had also broken through. Like Jin Fengming, she had broken through to the second-tier life-sizer. Although this forbidden area was dangerous, it was also the best place to break through, apart from the fact that the spiritual energy here was dozens or even hundreds of times denser than outside. There were also many opportunities. As a genius martial artist of the Sword Dynasty, Empress Lan Meichen had no reason not to break through. Ling Xiao, Empress Lan Meichen, had regained her confidence. He saw Ling Xiao in the crowd at a glance, and his eyes suddenly became extremely cold. Ling Xiao's appearance had caused this once famous genius to be battered and exhausted all of a sudden. Even his physical body was destroyed. Previously, in the Heaven and Ancient Ruins, he was easily defeated by Ling Xiao, and his mother had to use the Sword Sovereign catalog in exchange for his life. This humiliation, this hatred, he had never forgotten. Ling Xiao, just you wait. I'll let you know that I'm the real genius. Ling Xiao did not pay attention to Empress Lan Meichen. He merely glanced at Empress Lan and focused his attention on the entrance of the graveyard. The entrance was a huge ice cave. The ice cave was irregular in shape, and the longest part of it was more than 100 meters in diameter. Even if Ling Xiao opened his taiji, he could not see what was going on inside. They could only feel a bone-piercing cold emanating from it, causing them to shudder. Why aren't you going in? Ling Xiao asked Falling Moon curiously. Just as Falling Moon was about to reply, she heard someone say, "Everyone might be puzzled. Why haven't we entered since we arrived long ago?" Now, I can tell you that although this ice cave looks normal, there is actually a nest of ice ants inside. This group of ice ants was huge in number. Just now, 10 people had tried to enter, but in the blink of an eye, they were bitten until only their bones were left. Of those 10, 5 are second division life-seizers. Ice ants. Ling Xiao frowned. He had heard of them before and knew that they were terrifying demonic insects that liked to live in groups. Although they weren't very strong individually, they didn't fear death, and they came in large numbers. Therefore, it was possible that they could kill a second division life-sizer. Who was that guy? Ling Xiao asked. The Shellfish Emperor from the Myriad Kingdoms. He should be as strong as Dugu Xiong. Falling Moon replied. The Myriad Kingdoms. That's the Myriad Kingdoms of the 9 Supremes. Ling Xiao was stunned. He had assumed that only Sword Dynasty martial artists had entered. He had never imagined that there would be martial artists from the other 9 supremes. That's right. It's the myriad kingdoms. Not only are there martial artists from the myriad kingdoms, but there are also martial artists from the Ice Dynasty and Fire Dynasty. From the looks of it, they were traveling in the Sword Dynasty and happened to see the opening of the Forbidden Area, so they came in together. Falling Moon nodded. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. Thankfully, they were only 2nd Division Life Seizers. If they had been any stronger, his chances of getting the Ice Paragon catalog would have been very slim. Even as they spoke, the others were worried about the Ice Ants. Shellfish Emperor, the Ice Ants are so terrifying. What should we do? Someone suddenly asked. The Shellfish Emperor laughed. The ant swarm is terrifying, but if we can kill the queen, then the ants will collapse without a fight. The best way to do that is to force the queen out of the ice cave, and then kill her. But how exactly do we do that? Someone asked. Let's all work together and attack. No matter how strong the ant swarm is, it can't compare to so many experts. The Shellfish Emperor said. That makes sense. There are over 100 experts here, and even the weakest are 1st Division Life Seizers. Why would we be afraid of mere ice ants? Although some of the people had been afraid of the ice ants, now that there were so many of them, they weren't afraid at all. Let's begin. Someone shouted. After all the trials and tribulations they had gone through to get to this ice cave, it was only natural that they wanted 1 or 2 treasures. Even if they couldn't get the Ice Paragon catalog, they could get something else. If they could get 1 or 2 items, it would be worth it. Chuckling, the Shellfish Emperor took the lead and entered the ice cave. With him taking the lead, the others followed. Ling Xiao and the others followed. Since this was something that would benefit everyone, there was no harm in participating. And thus, over 100 Life Seizers entered the ice cave. About 20 meters into the cave, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped. Get back! He shouted at Yen Yu and the others, his expression becoming somewhat gloomy. What's wrong? Falling Moon and the others followed Ling Xiao and retreated as they asked in puzzlement. It's a trap, Ling Xiao said, picking up speed. Just as they were about to leave the ice cave, for giant ants suddenly corroded the walls of the ice cave and drilled their way out. They blocked the path of retreat of those who had gone in, 2nd Division Life-Sizer Demonlings. Falling Moon said, her face draining of color. It really is a trap. If we hadn't listened to Ling Xiao, we would have been surrounded by them. But who is it that's colluding with the Ant Queen? Ling Xiao said coldly, it's probably the Shellfish Emperor. I can't think of anyone else who suggested this operation. Aghai! Miserable shrieks rang out. Some of the martial artists began to retreat. However, more and more ice ants began to crawl out of the cave walls. Although the martial artists were strong, they were being held back by 4 2nd Division Life Seizers. Despite the fact that they were surrounded by a dense swarm of ants, they still suffered heavy casualties. Chapter 31-33. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ling Xiao and the others were waiting at the entrance of the ice cave, watching the tragedy unfold. A few more people arrived. Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix, Barbarian Elephant, Jin Fengming, and the 2 Sword Emperors of the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace. Barbarian Elephant. Dragon Elephant quickly discovered Barbarian Elephant. Of course, he knew what had happened in the Dragon Elephant tribe. Barbarian Elephant had betrayed the Dragon Elephant tribe and sided with the Sword God. He was preparing to recruit a group of people to split the Dragon Elephant tribe. Dragon Elephant. When the 2 of them saw each other, their eyes turned red. However, at this time, they restrained themselves from attacking. The unforeseen event in the ice cave attracted everyone's attention. After all, the people who had been framed by the Seashell Emperor were all experts. After losing nearly half of them, about 50 people managed to escape. The Seashell Emperor was one of them. However, he was still pretending to be sad, which was really disgusting. At this time, another person arrived at the ice cave. This time, it was the Great Sage of Poison. "Greetings, Great Sage of Poison." The Seashell Emperor frowned. He had dared to set up a trap and collude with the Ant Queen because he felt that no one would dare to cause trouble for him. But the arrival of the Great Sage of Poison changed everything. That was a third-level life-sizer. He couldn't afford to play with him. "Greetings, Great Sage of Poison." Although the Great Sage of Poison had left the Sword God Hall, he was still dignified. Therefore, Heaven End King and the other martial artists of the Sword God Hall all bowed. It was a show of respect. Of course, Falling Moon and the others didn't do anything. In fact, their expressions were very serious. The Great Sage of Poison was too strong. If he really wanted to cause trouble for them, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. It seems that this ice cave is very dangerous. The Great Sage of Poison nodded slightly in return. Then he looked in the direction of the ice cave. There are ice ants in there, and a second-level life-sizer, Ant Queen. We lost more than 50 people to kill the Ant Queen's 4 powerful subordinates. The Seashell Emperor smiled bitterly. "Don't worry. This time, I'll lead the way. Everyone, let's charge together. We can't be stopped by mere ants." The Poison Great Sage was also afraid of the ant swarm if he was alone, but if there was a group of people, he could easily kill the Ant Queen if they helped him block the ant swarm. That was why there was such a saying. Wonderful. With the Great Sage of Poison paving the way, we'll definitely succeed this time. Everyone was overjoyed. "Sisters and brothers, when we enter later, don't leave my side. I'm going to use a few formations to increase our speed and defense." Ling Xiao also knew that with the Poison Great Sage leading the way, this was definitely the best opportunity to enter the ice cave. He couldn't miss it. All right. Falling Moon and the others nodded. Ling Xiao took out the array refining stone and used the array of wind and array of earth. One increased speed while the other increased defense. Mysterious runes flickered on their bodies. As long as they were not too far away from Ling Xiao, these formations would always be useful. "Charge!" The Great Sage of Poison roared and took the lead to charge into the ice cave. Afterwards, the Shell Emperor and the others also followed in. They followed closely behind the Great Sage of Poison. Not only could they avoid being attacked by the poison, but they could also borrow the Great Sage of Poison's power to save a lot of energy. Soon, everyone was attacked by the ant swarm again. Most of the ice ants were only the size of ordinary ants, but their strength was generally at the peak of the 1-star 18 levels of hell. Moreover, there were so many of them that it was practically endless. They crawled out from the small cracks in the ice layer. It was a vast expanse of whiteness, like a snowfield in winter. Poison Fist, the Great Sage of Poison, who was charging at the front, sneered and threw a punch. Wherever the crimson poisonous fist passed, all the ice ants were poisoned to death. They were corroded until nothing was left. This guy was really too powerful. Moreover, the poison could spread. No matter how many ice ants there were, they would still be afraid of this poison. Hiss! Suddenly, the Ant Queen let out a shriek. Countless ice ants that were blocking the path actually quickly tore apart and crawled to the sides of the ice cave, passing by the Great Sage of Poison and specifically attacking the human martial artists behind him. Pop! Although the ice ants had retreated, the Ant Queen didn't. Instead, she opened her mouth and spat out a ball of acidic liquid that covered everyone. Formic acid was terrifying. It was strong enough to melt rocks directly. Not even the Great Sage of Poison dared to underestimate it. However, he wasn't afraid. Break! He punched out again, and a hole was blasted open in the formic acid. Then he rushed out. Die! The great sage of poison didn't just stand there. He punched out at the Ant Queen, who was blocking his path. Terrified, the Ant Queen turned and fled, quickly disappearing into the depths of the ice cave. No, the great sage of poison managed to escape the attack of the formic acid, but the people behind him were in serious trouble. Of course, someone as strong as Emperor Seashell wasn't afraid. However, 2 of the first stratum life seizers were hit by the formic acid and had large chunks of their bodies melted away. From the looks of it, they weren't going to survive. The great sage of poison didn't care about the people behind him. His target was the Ant Queen. The Ant Queen continued to release formic acid in an attempt to stop the great sage of poison, but because of that, she was much slower. She was almost hit by the great sage of poison's toxic fist. She was scared out of her wits. At this point, she no longer dared to attack the great sage of poison. Instead, she hid in the shadows and let him pass. The great sage of poison didn't have much of a connection to the others. Even the people from Sword God Hall were nothing more than subordinates to him. Therefore, he didn't really care about them. He cared more about the good stuff in the necropolis. Since the Ant Queen was no longer blocking his path, he didn't stop. He continued onward. Now, the people behind the great sage of poison were in big trouble. They had been hoping to ride on the coattails of the great sage of poison. Who could have guessed that things would turn out like this? Aichi! One person after another was killed. The Ant Queen's formic acid combined with the ice ants caused everyone to feel a terrifying sense of danger. They were already starting to regret entering. Of course, the people who died were the weak. The strong continued onward. This ice cave was the perfect place for survival of the fittest. Don't attack. Just follow me. Ling Xiao warned Falling Moon and the others, then used his Taiji eye to seek luck and avoid disaster. They avoided the attacks of the ant swarm and the subsequent acid shots. Finally, they caught sight of the great sage of poison's back. Falling Moon and the others rejoiced that they had been able to meet Ling Xiao before the Forbidden Zone appeared. Furthermore, they had become friends with Ling Xiao. It was the smartest thing they had ever done, and the proudest thing they had ever done. If it weren't for Ling Xiao, they would have suffered heavy losses in the dangers ahead of them, let alone the ice cave. Even if they had made it to the necropolis, there wouldn't have been many people left. Chapter 3134. Screams kept coming from behind, but Ling Xiao and the others ignored them. At this time, they were not relaxed. The consequence of helping others was to drag themselves into trouble. We've reached the exit. Seeing the great poison sage's figure suddenly disappear, the dark ice cave suddenly became bright. Ling Xiao could confirm that they had reached the exit. Everyone, get ready to attack together. Ling Xiao suddenly said. As soon as he finished speaking, Falling Moon and the others began to prepare. After going through so much, they completely trusted Ling Xiao's words. Okay, let's attack together. Ling Xiao's Taiji. I saw a dense swarm of ants at the exit. They had already completely surrounded and blocked the exit. They were afraid of the great poison sage, but not others. However, the combined attack of Ling Xiao, Falling Moon, Bifong, Dragon Elephant, and Domineering Blade was probably stronger than the great poison sage. 5 waves of energy rushed out of the exit. Tens of thousands of ice ants were instantly destroyed. The 5 of them finally rushed out. As soon as they left, countless ice ants gathered behind them once again. A few people who wanted to take advantage of the situation were gnawed to death on the spot. However, there were still experts. Heaven End King and Dugu Xiong attacked at the same time, and 2 waves of sword energy tore a huge hole, leading the people of Heavenly Sword Hall through. Lan Mei and her son Lan Di Machen attacked together, and the demon-killing fist carried a fierce and domineering aura, crushing countless ice ants and escaping. Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix and Jean Fengming attacked together, and the same domineering sword energy was like countless blood-red curse lights, forcing the ice ants to open a path. The Shell Emperor, Elephant Barbarian, Earth Emperor, and the others naturally had their own methods. Even in such a dangerous situation, those who died were basically first-tier life seizers. After all, not a single second division, life sizer, had been killed in the ice cave. This time, there were about 50 people who entered the ice cave, and only about 30 people were left. Nearly half of them were dead. In such a forbidden area, riches were really found in danger. If they couldn't get anything, it would be a loss. If he could obtain 1 or 2 treasures, it would probably make up for his losses. Even though everyone knew that the forbidden grounds were extremely dangerous, and those who didn't have enough strength would only end up dead if they entered. However, greed often made people lose their rationality. It was basically impossible for people to give up easily. Even if countless people had already sacrificed themselves, greed would still numb people's nerves, causing them to rush to their deaths one after another. Thinking about it, the number of people that had entered the forbidden area numbered over 10,000. Yet only a mere 30 or so people had managed to reach the outside of the tomb. It was truly terrifying. What a magnificent tomb! As expected of the tomb of the ancient Ice Emperor, it was completely built in the form of an ice sculpture. Before arriving at the cemetery, people exclaimed in surprise. This graveyard was like an underground palace. The huge door of the tomb stood there, as if it was telling anyone that if they had the ability, they could come in. The toxic great sage hadn't entered the tomb yet. He was currently waiting outside the tomb. Ling Xiao looked at the huge tomb door and realized that there were layers of restrictions on it. It was almost impossible to open it with brute force, unless someone's strength had reached the level of venerable ice. Who knows about array formations? The toxic great sage turned around and asked. No one responded. Although Ling Xiao knew about array formations, he didn't want to help these people. At worst, everyone would just wait here. When everyone else left, he would go in with Yen Yu and the others. I have a blueprint in my hand that records the ancient Tiangang sword array. It's much more advanced than the one circulating in the mystic world now. I'm afraid its power is no less than a peak general-level martial art. If anyone can open this tomb door, I'll give him this blueprint. The toxic great sage suddenly said. Sure enough, no one was willing to do anything without a reward. After all, no one here was a saint. Great sage, can I have a look at the blueprint? Ling Xiao cupped his hands and asked, Here. The toxic great sage wasn't afraid that Ling Xiao would run away with it. With his strength, killing Ling Xiao would be a piece of cake. Of course, this was just his opinion. Ling Xiao took the blueprint and glanced at it. He was immediately overjoyed. Right now, his main attacking method was the sword skill of unusual fire of the elementary general realm. If he could successfully cultivate the Tiangang sword array, then his combat strength would definitely skyrocket in the future. It's true. Ling Xiao put the blueprint directly into his storage ring and then walked towards the tomb door. Kid, are you sure you can open this tomb door? In the crowd, an old man said coldly. Although this old man also knows array formations, the restriction of this tomb door is very complicated. With this old man's ability, it will take at least a month to crack it. Don't overestimate yourself. Ling Xiao didn't even look at this person and still walked towards the tomb door. Xianarei Emperor, that kid is a stubborn guy and arrogant. There's no need to be angry with him. Tianjuet King looked at the old man and said, Indeed, young people nowadays really don't make any progress. Xianarei Emperor said contemptuously, Old thing, if you can't do it, just hold it in. No one will laugh at you. What are you blabbering about? Longxiang couldn't stand this old guy and directly scolded him. Humph, you're the young master of the Longxiang tribe, right? You think I won't dare to kill you just because you have your father's protection? Xianna Rei Emperor snorted coldly and said, if that kid can open the tomb door, this old man will kneel down and kowtow to him. Hee, then I'm afraid you'll have to kowtow to him. Longxiang laughed. As they were talking, the tomb door suddenly creaked and opened a gap. Then it became bigger and bigger, and a cold wind blew out from inside. Everyone else felt a chill, but Xianna Rei Emperor only felt his cheeks swelling. Ling Xiao looked back at the poison sage and said, this junior will accept the blueprint. Thank you. Then he looked at Xianna Rei Emperor and said sarcastically, seeing that you're old and useless, there's no need to kowtow. But don't always flaunt your seniority in the future. Do you think everyone is as stupid as you if you don't have the ability? Boring. With that, Ling Xiao walked towards Falling Moon and the others. He felt that it would be safer to move together after entering. The other person had already flashed into the tomb door. Oh no, there's something strange in here. Only a cry of surprise could be heard, and then it disappeared. Ling Xiao frowned and said, everyone, I'm afraid we won't be able to move together after entering. The formation inside is very special. We'll probably be teleported to different places instantly after entering. If we're lucky, we'll meet again. If we're unlucky, we'll be scattered everywhere. Everyone, be careful. If you encounter a strong enemy, try to avoid it. Don't get caught up in the battle. Right now, Ling Xiao was more like a captain. Instead, he had become the commander. Listen to Ling Xiao. Be careful after entering. Try to find your teammates first, lest we get defeated one by one. Chapter 31-35. After all, Falling Moon and the others were 9 Defiance people and were on the bounty list. Even if they hadn't offended anyone, they would still end up as prey. If the 5 of them stayed together, they wouldn't have anything to fear. But if they split up, the situation would be very different. That was why Falling Moon had warned them to be careful. After the discussion, the group entered the tomb. Just as Ling Xiao had said, they were teleported out of the tomb. What a powerful teleportation portal. Whoever set it up has a much higher cultivation base than I do. By the time Ling Xiao could see again, he was already in a passageway. The passageway was made of ice crystals, and even the floor was covered with thick chunks of ice. He had tried to use his Taiji eye to find his teammates, but had failed. The restrictions in the graveyard were much more terrifying than those outside. Even the Taiji eye was blocked. He could only see about 100 meters away, unable to go any further. At the same time, 3 other people appeared near Ling Xiao. One was Empress Lan Meichen. The other was Jin Fengming. Both of them were 2nd Division Life Seizers, but Empress Lan Meichen was still stronger than Jin Fengming. After all, when it came to talent, she was more impressive. He had broken through and was now one of the strongest in the 2nd Division of Life Seizing. His cultivation base, C, was now at 30% power. As for Jin Fengming, his cultivation base, C, was at 0. The third person was none other than Amaterasu Oni. After devouring the corpses and cores of powerful experts, especially the power core of the Black Forest Emperor, he was already close to the peak of the 2nd Division of the life-seizing level. His cultivation base, C, was now at 90% power. Out of these 3 people, 2 of them had a deep grudge with Ling Xiao. Although Jin Fengming didn't have any grudges with Ling Xiao because of his jealousy, he didn't have a very good impression of Ling Xiao. If they ran into each other, there was no telling what would happen. Because they were separated by a wall, Other than Ling Xiao, the others could not see the existence of the others. They were all moving forward slowly. Boss, I smell something good. At some point, Little Gold had awoken, thanks to the help of his Earthcore Flaming Lotus. He was now a second division life-sizer, and his fighting prowess was no weaker than Dugu Xiong's. You're awake. Ling Xiao was a little excited. Xiao Jin had awakened and become stronger. This meant that he had another powerful helper. What good stuff? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. It should be something suitable for all demonic beasts. I'm not sure what it is exactly, but I can smell it. Xiao Jin said. All right, you lead the way. Ling Xiao followed the direction that Little Gold pointed and came to a tomb. He pushed open the door of the tomb and walked in. There were no restrictions in this tomb, and there was actually a pool of blood-red liquid inside. Blood. Moreover, it was the blood of an ancient demonic beast. Why is there so much ancient demon beast blood in the graveyard? Ling Xiao was perplexed, but one thing is for sure. Xiao Jin can soak in the blood of these ancient demon beasts, which can also increase his strength. The effect is even better than swallowing heat, because not only can it increase the cultivation, but it can also strengthen the body. Ha ha ha, my luck is really good. I can actually find so much ancient demon beast blood here. If I absorb these things, I should be able to condense a more outstanding body. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the tomb. Ling Xiao looked back and couldn't help but frown. The person who came turned out to be a Mommy Aniki. If it was Jin Fengming or Londi Meichen, there might be no need to fight. But a Mommy Aniki is very troublesome. Idiot! Ling Xiao looked at a Mommy Aniki with disdain. He kept all the ancient demon beast blood in the pool and put it into the mountain river world. However, he was not in a hurry to let Xiao Jin soak in it. At this stage, there are more troubles. With Xiao Jin around, it should be safer. When they are outside, there will be a lot of time for Xiao Jin and even Long Chen to soak in the ancient demon beast blood to increase their strength. Speaking of Long Chen, this guy and Cold Plum entered the Heaven End ancient ruins to cultivate. I wonder how the situation is. I haven't seen him yet. I'm really worried. Ling Xiao, if you are willing to hand over the things, I can spare your life and let you be my skin. How about it? Amami Aniki sneered. He directly blocked the tomb's door, not ready to let Ling Xiao leave. You really are an idiot. You were clearly almost killed by me. Since you were lucky enough to escape, you should live well. Why did you provoke me for no reason? Are you crazy? Because you want to die? Ling Xiao looked at Amami Aniki, not in a hurry. Although the other party's cultivation has increased a lot, he has also increased. All right, since you are so stubborn, then don't blame me. From today onwards, there will no longer be a person called Ling Xiao in this world. Let's settle the old and new grudges together. Today, you will completely disappear from this world. Amami Aniki revealed a sinister expression and released a gloomy ghost aura. With just you, Ling Xiao laughed mockingly. He didn't even take the demon dragon sword. He didn't even enter any beast soul transformation state. To be honest, your strength is not even comparable to Jin Fengming and Empress Lan Meichen. The power you obtained by occupying someone else's body is not yours. You have always been so arrogant, but today is the end. Amami Aniki has always wanted Ling Xiao to die. He believes that now is the best time. But just as he was about to make his move, footsteps suddenly came from the tomb. The two who appeared in front of them were Jin Fengming and Empress Lan Meichen. Ling Xiao? And who is that guy who looks neither like a human nor a ghost? He feels very strong. Both of them had the same feeling. Who are you two going to help? Amami Aniki asked coldly. Ling Xiao and I have an irreconcilable grudge. Naturally, I won't let him live. Empress Lan Meichen said, I won't help anyone. I will just watch the show. Although Jin Fengming was jealous of Ling Xiao, he wouldn't kill Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao was someone who helped his sister. He still had this bit of principle. That would be best. Amami Aniki knew Empress Lan Meichen. In fact, as long as Empress Lan Meichen didn't help Ling Xiao, he had nothing to fear. After killing Ling Xiao, he would definitely be weakened, but it didn't matter. With the ancient beast blood, he could naturally recover. Even if Jin Fengming and Empress Lan Meichen wanted to take advantage of the situation, he could escape. You are so scared, and you still want to take revenge? What a joke. Ling Xiao didn't put Jin Fengming and Empress Lan Meichen in his eyes, although those two weren't weak. But Ling Xiao felt that he was stronger. Even if he killed Amami Aniki, he wouldn't lose much. Not to mention, he still had Xiao Jin. Since you are in such a hurry to die, I will fulfill your wish. Amami Aniki revealed a sinister smile. Evil spirit, kill. Following Amami Aniki's roar, a ghost-like thing came out of his body. Chapter 31-36. Boom. Facing the incoming malicious spirit, Ling Xiao simply threw out a punch. It was so simple that it was unbelievable. However, this punch was extremely profound, and there were almost no flaws in it. This punch landed directly on the ghost's body. The vengeful ghost let out a horrifying shriek as it was blown apart. No, impossible. My ghost was refined from the corpse of a first-level life-sizer. Although its defense wasn't strong enough, its attack was incomparably sharp. How could you kill it so easily? Kisei Amami was shocked. Once again, he was shocked by Ling Xiao's strength. So strong. Empress Lan, Mei Chun, and Jin Fengming, who were watching the battle, couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They had thought that after breaking through, they could easily defeat Ling Xiao. However, this scene made them feel fear at the same time. Being able to oppress Ling Xiao was merely a dream. The two of them knew that they couldn't block Kisei Amami's attack. They had to dodge it. If they took it head-on, they would definitely be seriously injured. Are you afraid? Unfortunately, it's too late. Next, it's your real body. Ling Xiao sneered. The old grudge would finally be completely settled today. No, I can't die yet, Kisei Amami roared, and once again turned into a ball of black liquid and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. However, a moment later, he appeared again. This was because he, who was about to escape, had slammed into the barrier. Do you think I'll make the same mistake twice? Ling Xiao mocked. I let you escape last time. That's why there's trouble this time. So, this time, you can just die for me. I don't want to. Rock Ghost. Defend. Since he couldn't escape, Kisei Amami could only defend. Another ghost appeared in his body. However, it was different from the previous ghost. This rock ghost was responsible for the heavy defense. Kisei Amami's entire body was protected by the rock ghost. All kinds of runes flashed on the rock ghost's body. It looked like its defense was quite good. Boom, boom, boom. Ling Xiao tried to throw out a few punches, and the terrifying energy kept exploding on the rock devil's body. However, the strange thing was that as soon as the power came into contact with the rock devils, it would be instantly divided. It turned into several dozens or even hundreds of copies. This caused the attack to weaken, making it unable to injure Amami Oni. Ha! Ha ha ha, you can't kill me. Although I don't quite understand why you've suddenly become so strong. I'm not sure why you've suddenly become so strong. But my rock devil's defense is absolutely invincible. You won't be able to break it no matter what. Seeing that Ling Xiao's attack hadn't broken through his defense, Oni Amami immediately recovered from his panic and became happy again. Is that the same thing again? Ling Xiao mocked. the so-called invincible is often not truly invincible. At this point, Ling Xiao's body rapidly transformed into the cosmic light tiger beast soul. The demon dragon sword also appeared in his hand. The cosmic light tiger's cosmic light body could greatly increase the attack speed of the demon dragon sword. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao used it. Strange flame sword technique, black flame sword. The sword intent gushed out and spread throughout the entire tomb. At that moment, the sword aura released by the demon dragon sword turned into a thin thread and sped out. Under the effect of the body of cosmic light, his speed had reached an astonishing level. Crack! A small hole was pierced through the so-called invincible rock devil. Cracks continuously appeared around the small hole. The runes nearby began to distort and deform, as if they were attacked by too much power and couldn't even maintain themselves. So scary! He actually managed to break it open. Jean Fengming exclaimed in her heart and looked at Empress Lan Meichen. Can you do it? Empress Lan Meichen gritted her teeth and didn't say anything. She didn't want to say that she couldn't do it, but she also didn't want to lie, so she could only remain silent. Ling Xiao's attack was really too powerful. Even if he didn't transform, the two of them were definitely no match for him. After transforming, he was even more ridiculously powerful. The Rock Devil's defense was so terrifying that the two of them thought that they couldn't break it no matter what. But Ling Xiao actually pierced countless cracks in the Rock Devil in an instant. How can this be? Amami Aniyoshi was anxious. His body released even more noble chi and quickly closed the cracks. Can you make it? Ling Xiao showed a mocking expression. The demon dragon sword in his hand stabbed out again and again. The terrifying sword, aura, all pierced the small hole. Amami Aniyoshi couldn't repair it in time. The small hole became bigger and bigger. Amami Aniyoshi's expression became more and more unsightly. Damn it, you're the first guy to force me to use the energy core. But the moment I use the energy core, you won't have any chance. A mass of black energy flew out from his body. At the same time, his body lost consciousness. The black energy was injected into the Rock Devil's body. The speed of the crack's repair increased tenfold. It had already surpassed the speed of Ling Xiao's destruction. In less than a minute, the small holes and cracks were completely healed. Interesting. Energy core? If you break it, you'll be done for. Ling Xiao sneered. His strength increased again. Behind him, the beast soul of the frost dragon appeared. With the appearance of this beast soul, Ling Xiao's attack power became even stronger, and it also had a freezing effect. Any defense would become brittle once it was frozen. He believed that the Rock Devil would be no different. Gently exhaling, Ling Xiao pointed the demon dragon sword at Amami Aniyoshi again. Black flame sword, ice and fire. Boom. With Ling Xiao as the starting point, a blue and black sword aura blended together broke through the air. This sword aura was incomparably powerful. It hit the Rock Devil heavily. At that moment, the Rock Devil was directly penetrated. Even the energy core hidden in the Rock Devil's body was directly hit and exploded. This guy is simply a monster. Empress Lan Meichen exclaimed and turned to flee. He could no longer face Ling Xiao. He had just regained a little confidence, but after watching Ling Xiao's battle, his confidence had completely crumbled. Perhaps father is right. Sister has a good eye. This guy is really too strong. I'm not as good as him. Jean Fengming also left quietly. Since she didn't want to be enemies with Ling Xiao, there was no need to stay with Ling Xiao. After killing Amami Aniyoshi, Ling Xiao could be considered to have settled an old grudge. He took Amami Aniyoshi's storage ring and looked through it. There were nearly 5 million mid-level spirit stones in it. There was also a mid-level general level martial art. In the Sword Dynasty, the strongest offensive martial art was the mid-level general level. The Tiangang sword formation that the Poison Sage gave Ling Xiao was only equivalent to a peak-level general level martial art. But that thing could only be learned by those who knew formations. It would be a burden for ordinary people. Chapter 31-37. Five Ghosts Mystic Technique. The mid-level general level martial art he obtained from Tianhai Guixing's storage ring was the Five Ghosts Mystic Technique. Originally, it was to condense 5 powerful ghost slaves by condensing ghost chi. They were the malicious ghosts: main attack, rock ghost, main defense, female ghost, main charm, Een ghost, main sneak attack and assassination, ghost king, all 4, and even more powerful. Ling Xiao made some changes to the Five Ghosts Mystic Technique. Instead of using ghost chi, he directly condensed 5 ghosts with the heavenly tribulation true essence. Not only was the effect not reduced, but it was also more powerful. It just lacked some gloomy aura. However, Ling Xiao had the heavenly demon bloodline, so it was not difficult for him to add some gloomy and terrifying aura to the 5 ghosts. It's such a good thing. I might as well cultivate it first. The power of the heavenly flame sword technique is gradually unable to keep up with my cultivation. Thinking up to this point, Ling Xiao closed the door of the tomb and began to cultivate inside. In less than 10 minutes, he had cultivated the 5 Ghosts Mystic Technique to the minor accomplishment stage. Next, the best way to improve his cultivation level was to use it in battle. Fortunately, even at the minor accomplishment stage, a mid-level general level martial art was comparable to a low-level general level martial art. Therefore, even at the minor accomplishment stage, it could still be of great help to him. After cultivating, Ling Xiao left the tomb and walked deeper into the tomb. Perhaps because he had been delayed for a while, there was no one on the way. In a certain tomb, the Earth Emperor and the Shell Emperor were together. The Shell Emperor needed the Earth Emperor's ability to find treasures. The Earth Emperor needed the Shell Emperor's powerful strength to protect him and avenge him. He did not forget his oath to kill Ling Xiao. As long as he had the chance, he would definitely do so. However, after suffering at the hands of Ling Xiao, he was not very confident in himself. That was why he had hooked up with the Shell Emperor. In the process of searching for treasures, he could sense the earth element, so it was very convenient. Damn it, after searching for so long, it's all trash. Is there no treasure in this Ice Venerable's tomb? The Earth Emperor urgently needed treasures because he wanted revenge. Not only did he want to kill Ling Xiao, he also wanted Tianju Wang's life. Although he had found some treasures that would have been valuable to anyone under the first division of the life-seizing level, to him, they were nothing more than trash. Didn't they say that someone obtained a 4,000-year-old tribulation fruit tree? Seashell Emperor asked. Oh, right, if you didn't mention this, I would have forgotten. 9 to 5, and the others must have obtained supreme-grade spiritual wood. Moreover, it was very likely that it was in the hands of that guy called Ling Xiao. Even if we can't find anything else, as long as we can get our hands on the 4,000-year-old tribulation fruit tree, it'll be a great harvest, the Earth Emperor said excitedly. But I haven't seen him since I entered Senior Ice's tomb. Maybe he's dead, the Shell Emperor said. That's impossible. That brat's life is tough. No, I have to find him. Once I find him, even if I can't get any other treasures in the end, this trip will be worth it. The more the Earth Emperor thought about it, the more he felt that Ling Xiao definitely had the spirit wood from 4 years ago. As far as he was concerned, it was a supreme-grade item. At the very least, it could help him reach the reincarnation god level. At that point, he would have a god body and could begin his cultivation anew. These were just the basics. Only after obtaining the divine body could one begin to cultivate. That would be the real cultivation. I'll go with you, the Seashell Emperor said. The Earth Emperor wanted tribulation fruits, and so did the Seashell Emperor. A 4,000-year-old tribulation fruit tree would have at least a few hundred fruits. To any life-sizer, it was a supreme-grade treasure. The two of them were just about to head out to look for Ling Xiao and the others. But then a figure suddenly appeared outside of the tomb they were in. It was so silent that they didn't even notice it until it was about 200 meters away. "Who's there?" the Seashell Emperor and the Earth Emperor said nervously. After all, quite a few experts had entered the tomb. Although they weren't weak, they didn't want to run into anyone stronger than them. When they saw who it was, they breathed sighs of relief. "Weren't you looking for me? Well, here I am, delivering myself to your doorstep." The one who appeared at the entrance of the tomb was Ling Xiao. His expression was calm, as if he didn't fear them at all. He was facing off against two second-division life-seizers, and yet he was still as calm as a true expert. "I can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find you by chance. Who would have thought that you'd deliver yourself to my doorstep, kid?" The Earth Emperor had only wanted to kill and steal, and hadn't done much research on Ling Xiao's rise in strength. The Seashell Emperor didn't say anything, but clearly didn't think much of Ling Xiao. After all, he was a second-division life-sizer with 90% of the power in his sea. He wasn't like Tianhai Gizai, who relied on the power of others. He relied on his own cultivation, and was far stronger than that piece of trash Tianhai Gizai. "Deliver myself to your doorstep?" he asked. "What business do you have with me?" Ling Xiao asked calmly. It was almost as if he didn't notice that the two life-seizers were trying to surround him and kill him. Now that he was stronger and had cultivated the Five Ghosts' secret magic, he really wanted to test it out on someone. Both the Earth Emperor and the Seashell Emperor were extremely powerful and would be perfect sparring partners. "Of course we're looking for you," the Earth Emperor said with a laugh. "But we know you're a tough nut to crack. We won't waste words with you. We'll just kill you." The Earth Emperor laughed coldly. "Kill me? Why do I get the feeling that you're about to die?" Ling Xiao looked at the Earth Emperor, a mocking smile on his face. Truth be told, he really hadn't thought about killing the Earth Emperor. But since he wanted to kill him, there was no way he was going to show mercy. Even as he spoke, he moved. His body flashed, and he shot toward the Earth Emperor like a bolt of lightning. The reason he wanted to kill the Earth Emperor first was because of his escape technique. If he couldn't get rid of the bastard as soon as possible, it would be troublesome later. "Don't look down on me, kid." The Earth Emperor was furious. Previously, Ling Xiao had treated him as the best choice for a breakthrough and tore a hole in him, causing him to suffer great humiliation. This time, Ling Xiao was going to target him again. He simply couldn't accept it. "What are you shouting for? Just die quietly. Won't it be over?" The Earth Emperor didn't even have time to make a move. A malicious ghost suddenly appeared in front of him. The malicious ghost didn't have a sword in its hand, but it had sharp claws. This claw was as fast as lightning. "Ah!" the Earth Emperor screamed. Although he dodged extremely quickly, half of his head was still grabbed. With his head shattered, how could he still be alive? The Earth Emperor fell to the ground, completely dead.